Hello and welcome back to another episode of Critical Reactions with your host Bryan. We're going to wrap up this week with an album review as we always do on Saturdays. This one is kind of interesting. First of all, I have a very lengthy email helping me understand what this album is doing and where it's going and all sorts of stuff. I think the main thing that really helps me in here though is being told that it isn't a concept album, but there are songs that connect to other songs on other albums, and it's not just one consistent thread, there's two of them. I think that's wild. There are a couple of songs that tie into the cephalopod story that this band Numen have created, and there are a couple of songs in the back half that tie into the Dyson story that Numen has created, and I think that's kind of wild. Parts of this will be conceptual, but tied to songs on other albums, and other parts will be conceptual of a different concept and still tied to other albums. That's just an unusual way to go about doing this, but I find it's intriguing, if nothing else. Unusual is usually fun. For me, anyways, just kind of see new ways of exploring art through music. The other interesting part of today is that I was also gifted this deluxe version of this album. And it comes with two CDs, the first and the second. There is an art book in here, there's tons of stuff. But this page right here I think is really interesting because it is a breakdown of the song's themes and story or something along those lines. Aside from the lyrics, which of course it also provides the lyrics for all of the songs as well. So if the lyrics themselves confuse me a little bit, or if I'm missing some context to them, it appears that I'll be able to find that in the first set of information. I will be using this rather than Genius today. I went and looked on Genius real quick. None of the songs have any annotations or comments on them, so I'm not missing out on anything like that. And at least here, I have a more complete set of information, such as it tells me who plays what solos. So that'll be kind of interesting to have. And I suppose that's all of the pretext that we need on this. Let's start diving in then, I suppose. I am still going to use Spotify so I can have all of this animation and stuff going on, even though I have the CDs. They're still high enough quality, not lossless of course, but I believe Spotify uses 320 kilobits per second bitrate, which is more than enough for me. Anyways, my ears aren't good enough to hear lossless. Alright, 70 minutes of music ahead of us, 11 tracks. Most of these are on the lengthier side. We're probably going to have a lot of sessions of listen to one song and then talk about it rather than grouping tracks up together. Let's dive into the first one, Qliphosis. So an interesting 6 pulse here. Okay, for some reason, I was expecting progressive metal in the realm of Dream Theater or something. This is progressive death metal, though. I gotta kind of switch gears for that. That's really interesting. It's really quiet, but the end of the guitar phrase goes off to the side. Nice metric ideas in the drums. Back to the 6. Yeah. Okay. A little bit of like a journey vibe. You're not the band, but like going on a quest, going on a journey. It doesn't necessarily feel like that's one way to transition back into this pentatonic stuff. It's an interesting interval there too. Okay. Ooh, fun metric mod on the ride cymbal. Jazzy with the band stingers. Okay. So a 4/4 version of the 6 pulse from the beginning. Oh no, it's still... What was I counting? That's still 6. I don't know. Yeah, you follow the ride, you're gonna get groups of 3. do wish we would get more clean vocals, not just in a stack with like compressed harsh or compressed cleans. As soon as I say that, we get a section with just clean vocals. Okay. They're listening. Isn't that the same way we came into this riff last time? Single instrument that leads into a... Alright. That's a solid first track. Like I'd mentioned, it's not exactly what I was expecting. I was, for whatever reason, I don't know if it was the name of the band, Alkaloid. Well, I know we've listened to Rise of the Cephalopods from them, but for some reason I don't know if it was the pictures of the band, maybe the font. I wasn't expecting death metal on this. I was expecting a much lighter, proggier metal. Soaring, clean vocals, lots of vibrato, belting, and more noodling than this. In some ways, I'm happier this is what we got. In other ways, death metal, man. It's not my favorite. But as usual, we'll get through it. There'll be plenty of stuff to talk about, even in a positive light. Not just coming at it totally objective. There's still stuff in here I enjoyed. I'm sure the rest of the album has some pretty cool things going on in it as well. I'm not hating it so far, which is a massive plus. I've listened to some albums that are just like, geez, I have 60 more minutes of this. So this is a good start. I'm warming up to it. But it is death metal. And it's heavy. It's got the riffs. Very pentatonic, very rule of cool. And sometimes very groovy. I don't know what I was going to say with a hard K sound at the beginning of that. Groovy is very groovy. There's plenty of sections in here. You just you get into it. I haven't had any face melting, stank face moments yet. I feel like they could go in that direction if they want, but it feels like they're saving it for the moment, or maybe the moments, a handful of moments where it just really wants to ramp the energy up quite a bit. But this opening track, I feel, is a nice display of probably a little dash of everything we're going to get, which is vocal harmonies, vocal stacks, key changes. We shifted from that rule of cool stuff to a bit more of a little dash of classical into the metal. Not enough to make it feel classical, but enough to just expand that metal sound out a little bit. These are in the more expansive solos. We had that straight up jazzy idea. I don't think the bass was playing in a jazzy key, but certainly the compositional ideas in the drums and the rest of the band certainly evoked an atmosphere of bass solos in jazz. So that was kind of interesting. We did hear one really great bass lick in here too. There's a few of them also, but the song really focused in and gave the spotlight to the bass once. So I expect to hear more of that. And then of course, the very traditional rule of cool riffage with heavy drumming behind it and growling on top of that. That seems to be the core sound that this opening track was on. I expect that to be the core sound for the album, and they'll deviate from that when they need to, much like they did on this song. And like I said, I feel like this is probably a pretty good introduction to what Alkaloid is doing on this album. I think I called them Numen earlier in the video. They're Alkaloid. Numen's the album. But I feel like this is a pretty good introduction and a good showcasing of what the listener is in store for on the next 60 minutes of this album. And if I'm correct in that, I think it's a pretty solid intro. It's one of those songs that puts everything up front and says, this is us. If you don't like it, find another album to check out. You know, this one's just not for you, and that's fine. But if you enjoyed this, you got more awesomeness ahead of you. Now, the album doesn't have to go that way, but that's my hypothesis coming off of this. It just, my gut says that this is just the kind of music they make. Maybe there'll be some deviations. Maybe there won't be. So let's talk about this a little bit. Very rule of cool guitar work in here. We don't get a lot of noodling. We don't get a lot of complexity in the guitar riffs. We tend to get stuff that is heavy, sounds great, and is headbangable. Now, that doesn't mean that the riffs themselves are boring or bland or anything like that. They just don't have that I guess you would say that spice that would take it from like progressive death metal into the realm of technical death metal. And I feel a lot of the difference between those two, aside from the harmonic component, what kind of keys they're playing in, and chord progressions and stuff like that, technical death metal can get very interesting in a chord theory perspective, but I also feel like technical death metal tends to play very complex, noodly riffs too. And this doesn't go on that route. It sticks to that, I don't want to say old-fashioned, but like that traditional death metal sound. You lock into your guitar tone, and then you just play some stuff that sounds good. Doesn't need to be complex, doesn't need to be technical. It can't be pedal tones. It's got to sound good, and that means you got to have movement, both pitch and rhythmic. You got to have a little bit of syncopation thrown in there. You know, you can't just have constant eighth notes. You have to have varying lengths of your pitches. But at the end of the day, it is on the simpler side of riffage. Very traditional death metal approach to the guitar writing on a majority of these sections. However, the progressive side typically comes in on the rhythmic side of things. Half this song is written in what to me feels like a 6 pulse, because that's the time it takes to get through the full idea. It could also be written in a 3 pulse. I mentioned later on at the end, you know, we got into that 6th section. I was like, hey, if you listen to the ride cymbal, you know, we got groupings of 3. Yeah, I mean, 6 is a multiple of 3. You can count it in 3 or 6. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, this is probably in 3/4 or 6/4 would be one of the time signatures I would write this section in. And the way that they go about writing rhythms in here is interesting. It's like a reverse waltz where we're emphasizing beats 2 and 3 rather than emphasizing 1, which creates a very interesting start and stop to this. And it took me a second to kind of get into. And the fact that they start the song off like that definitely immediately put me into that mindset. Oh, these guys are a bit progressive. We're not getting straightforward death metal. And that's just another way that I think this is a great introductory track. We do hit some pretty solid 4/4 throughout a majority of this song, but we kick it off with kind of an awkward rhythm in a 3 or a 6 pulse. And that just immediately lets you know, hey, you're not getting a straightforward death metal album here. We're going to play around with time. We're going to play around with rhythm a little bit. It's a little progressive. If you like it, stick around. If you don't, you know, turn the album off. Again, just a very good introductory track. Again, based off of my hypothesis, the rest of the album is going to be similar to this. Now we'll get into some of the more exploratory things that the guitar does later, but I want to stick with the traditional sound here. The bass. We have some moving bass ideas, but we also have some more static bass ideas here. I feel like the bassist is actually the one that gets to play around with variety more than anyone else. The guitarist has their moments when they can get more exploratory, but for the most part, rule of cool riffs for most of this song. The bass, if we were going traditional, pedal tones. Either that or following the guitarist and playing the same riff, you know, an octave lower. And the bass does do both of those, but they also get to play their own little licks here and there that embellish the track in so many different ways. So I like that. It's kind of still in that traditional realm of what the bassist would do in a death metal song, a traditional death metal song, but more exploratory, more progressive, and kind of getting to be their own thing more often than not. The drummer does have some nice rhythmic elements in their drumming. A nice sort of a pulse where maybe the first half of the bar will be a little faster and the back half will slow it down. Maybe we'll start with eighth notes and we'll pull it down to quarter notes or something like that, or vice versa, and speed the pattern up as we go through it. We have little moments like that, but for the most part, the drummer is accenting core beats 1 and 3, 2 and 4. Sometimes we have double bass kicks, which kind of removes the idea of accent. It's just this constant onslaught of sounds. And the flourish sits around it to embellish what that core backbeat is. And this is also pretty typical, I think, for death metal, where it's not super simple like a basic rock beat that's there just to be a metronome, but that metronomic element is still a strong core element of the pattern itself. It's still designed to create those strong beats for the listener to move their body to headbang to whatever, and create that metronomic sound for the rest of the band to keep everyone in time, but there's still a little bit of flourish to kind of put some personality, some character into it. A lot of the fills in here feel like they're just rolls down the kit. I'm waiting to hear a really solid drum fill, but maybe that's not what the drummer is about. Maybe they're very foundational. Maybe they love to sit in the pocket and they like to express themselves through flourish and ornamentation more so than complex drum fills. So we'll see how that goes across the rest of this album, but that was one thing I noted on this, is that the drums tend to be something that stays out of the spotlight without just being brain dead simple. And I think that works. It's certainly a very functional way of playing the drums, but when you have so many other moving ideas in a track, it's not bad to have somebody on the foundation just kind of holding everything together, being the glue to the track. And then the vocals through a lot of this are just death metal growls. I say just as if it's easy, but there is a little variability to perceived pitch, but for the most part, I was not a big fan of the harshes. It was one of the first things I heard that kind of clicked with me. I was like, oh, it's going to be one of those albums. And I was hoping for a little more than that, and I did. I got it. We got some cleans in here. We got some stacks of a variety of vocal deliveries, some more progressive elements, but in the more traditional sound, we have that sort of traditional death metal harsh. And so I do like how, despite the progressive elements, there's still this core. Their understanding of this is progressive death metal. We need to have a death metal foundation in the song. And they choose to explore that by having sections of this track that are just straightforward death metal. I think it's really interesting then to kind of see this as a band that explores progressive elements as a spice to add when needed, rather than to be a core component of the song. When you listen to Dream Theater, when you listen to Nightwish, when you listen to, Human Abstract or Archspire, there's very little moments when they aren't doing something technical or progressive or trying to push the song in directions that are beyond the traditional sound of metal. And this band says, yeah, we're still progressive, but we still want this core sound to show up at times. And I think that's interesting, to use it as a spice rather than a defining characteristic of the sound. I think it works here, generally. It gives you moments to kind of have your brain be tickled in a sonic way and to explore these interesting sounds, and then return to something very familiar and just get into a really heavy groove or beat and listen to some sick riffs and just jam out. And then they'll take your brain somewhere else, and it's like, yeah, it's this kind of nice back and forth. And I'd say overall, this song in particular had some good pacing regarding that. Now, speaking of these more progressive sides, they tend to show up in spurts. We kick it off with a very interesting rhythm in that 3 or 6 pulse. This is a bit of an awkward opening verse. We will return to this later, but eventually we also kick into a straightforward 4/4 with Rule of Cool stuff, returning to that basic death metal sound. And then we have a guitar solo. And the first thing I noticed about the guitar solo is that there are a lot of notes in here that haven't been present in the rest of the song. It feels very different. I had mentioned that it felt like going on a journey, or at least on a I don't know, what would be a way to describe this? Like a transition to not necessarily be physically moved from one place to another, but maybe narratively or sonically or mentally or spiritually moved from one place or state to another. This concept of going somewhere, maybe not necessarily physical, is what I got out of that. And I really want to put an emphasis on this like basic idea of movement. It isn't epic. It isn't a journey or a quest, even though I think those are the words I used during the reaction. It's just simply a change. That's what it feels like to me. And I really like that. I wish we could have stayed in that feeling. It also felt expansive. It felt like we were exploring something that was hidden away, and we had unlocked something new to explore. And I mean, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just in a super spacey vibe because of all of the artwork on this. I mean, everything. You even saw the album art there. It's a very spacey sci-fi kind of thing, but it would be like the first rocket to leave Earth, and you go into space, and you like realize that there's so much more out there. And then after the guitar solo, it's like landing back on Earth and deciding, nah, I don't need any of that in my life. This is fine. And just disregarding the fact that there's so much more to explore. And I kind of felt that way because I love the atmosphere of whatever key we had moved into with that guitar solo, and then we went back to the pentatonic death metal stuff, and we kind of reduced that down. We were exploring a full key, and now we're back down to just 5 notes. And it felt limiting to me in a lot of ways, and maybe that's the point. Maybe we get to the lyrics, and it is sort of about that, or maybe it's just a compositional thing. The death metal stuff, if you're gonna make traditional death metal stuff, you gotta go pentatonic. But their soloists really like to explore other ideas, and maybe it's just a purely functional thing. It's a tool that they used. Pentatonic death metal riffs into expansive solos, not for any narrative reason, but just they don't like playing solos in pentatonic. I don't know. But that felt is a moment of like, yeah, I like this guitar solo. I like the story it's telling me, and now we're just back to like aggressive riffage. And like I've mentioned before, I don't really have a strong relationship to a lot of pentatonic, especially death metal riffage. Black metal kind of falls into this too. I don't have an emotional connection to that. It just sounds like aggressive guitar playing. And that's sort of what most of this song feels like to me. It's just rule of cool, aggressive, heavy hitting guitar riffage. And then there's these moments where I'm like, oh, I can connect to this. I feel a story out of this. And then that tie gets cut, and I'm back to being in the dark emotionally about the song. And I think that's why I like those moments the best. Is because, I mean, even on that second guitar solo, I don't think we were in the same exact key, but we were still in an expansion of where we had been previously. And it just feels like there's story being told there. And inevitably, though, we got to go back to the riffage. And it's even when we got to the jazz part, right? We had the 2 guitar solos. I assume that those are probably going to be the 2 guitars. Then we get a bass solo. Very interesting way about doing this. Nothing really led up to it musically. It just kind of came out of nowhere. The drums came in very cymbal heavy, very light. We got really slick bass lines, and the rest of the band's coming in with these like stingers. Bop, ba da, and the rest is just like pure silence. This is Jazz 101. Everything cuts out except for like the most baseline rhythm section stuff, which if you're the bass player, you might get a little bit of piano if you have a pianist, and the drummer. And that's really about it. Maybe if you have an electric guitarist, you might get a couple of chunky like palm muted stingers off the guitarist. But not every jazz group has a guitar. Every jazz group's got to have a bassist, though. And then if you have like big bands specifically, they'll come in with these stingers every once in a while, just kind of create a little bit of contrast in the kind of basicness. If you're just doing drum and bass, there's not a lot of variation going on there. So the solo has to be really strong. And a lot of people will put in these little big band stingers, and that's exactly what happens here. We got this sick bass slide, and then the rest of the guitars come in with these stingers every once in a while, and that's just, geez, I don't know. That was phenomenal. Totally unexpected, and it worked okay. Like I said, there's no lead up into it, and we kind of come out of it kind of awkwardly heading back into the metal. It feels very isolated, at least with the guitar solos, despite the expanded chord. They still feel part of the song. They have a little change in timbre. They get a solo guitar tone instead of their lead guitar tone, sure, but it still feels like it's part of the song. It feels like a natural extension of everything else. This comes out of nowhere. It doesn't feel connected to anything else. And then we just kind of, yeah, we just kind of fade back into the metal. Wild stuff. But I do like hearing a slick bass tone in general, but then also some really cool bass licks and nice spotlighting of the bass. So I'll give it points. I'd rather hear it than not, even if it's an awkward inclusion. And then we have the vocal stacks, which I'm warming up to. I do wish we had more that are just cleans, and we got one right at the very end, which I enjoyed. But more often than not, I feel like we had some sort of harsh vocal or compression on the cleans in most of the stacks. And so even though I might hear this really high belted note, I also have some grit or some rasp underneath it from another vocal recording. Or maybe another vocalist. I always assume there's only one vocalist. Metal, like post-hardcore, emo, I will naturally assume, oh yeah, there's probably more than one vocalist in here. Even if the vocals all sound the same. Whiny emo kids usually all sound the same. And I say that as somebody who's listened to a lot of emo. But when it comes to metal, I just don't expect multiple vocalists. It's just like, it just happens so rarely. And if it does happen, especially in the progressive realm, it's usually femme vocals and masculine vocals. And you just like, you could tell they're two different people. Two male vocalists in metal is, to me, it's just super rare. Maybe that would be a good theme. Give me some metal with actual multiple vocalists in it. That isn't, the male growler and the female cleans or something like that. That's so traditional. It's almost cookie cutter at this point. Any band that's going to have two vocalists will fall onto that. But anyways, yeah, we got these very cool vocal stacks. I'm looking forward to more of that. Like I said, I'm getting more adjusted to having the harshness in almost all of them, but I do like at the very end we had the two cleans stacked, and that was a nice way to kind of move into the ending. Even if we got growls to wrap the song up, that was the penultimate vocal part. And so we kind of have this song that is of two worlds. The very traditional death metal, growling, rule of cool stuff, and the more expansive exploratory harmonic ideas, as well as the let's throw stuff out there with these interesting vocal stacks with the jazz section and stuff like that. The odd time signatures and sort of the disjointed rhythmic things that they explored. It's interesting to hear it go back and forth. And like I said, I think it works rather well on a sense of pacing and flow. I'm interested to see what else they do with it, though. And maybe I think more specifically, I'm interested to see how they explore the progressive sides and how they balance that with the more traditional death metal. Because I don't have anything against traditional death metal. I think it's fine, but it's just not anything that grabs me. And so I can't really say I'm looking forward to more of that. But I do want to hear how they kind of pit the two together, or maybe even at some point combine the two. What if we have some rule of cool riffage with an expanded solo on top of it? That would be interesting. Or putting growls with a jazzy section, or maybe a classical section. I don't know, the extents of what they're going to explore. Combining the two sides, I think, is where I might find the most interest in it. I'm going to hit some lyrics for Qliphosis and probably look up what that word even means. And then we're going to move on to the Cambrian explosion. That's talking about like ancient Earth area, right? Cambrian. Anyways, yeah, let's dive into this. All right. So here we have a track about fungi. Bear with me, it'll make sense in a second. It talks about something that exists outside life and death, the cycle of most organisms. It says, outside the endless stupor of life and death of any one creature, there is no objective time, no unified place at all, too far to reach, too long to hold on to an existence doomed to shatter. It goes on to talk about how it goes on to talk about how life is gone in the blink of an eye, and that time overall is meaningless. It doesn't matter. Basically, looking at the beginning of time of organisms, whether that is humanity or the primates that came before that, or the amphibious, creatures before that, or the dinosaurs, any of this, that every living every group of living creatures has their time. And there was a time before them and a time after them. And it's really only that time in between, and particularly more for humans who have a concept of time in general, that the time in between is very small and insignificant compared to everything that happens around that sort of a time of being alive. He says, but beyond all of this, says, look beyond it, beyond the trappings of flesh. He says, if there is anything that can bridge this gap, mortality cleaving through the cosmos, it is the bionts that thrive where all else will fall and perish and scatter. Clandestine hives absorb, revive, feared and shunned by all that crawls, and yet only survives the void of vector collapse due to their strife. It talks about a new kingdom sprawling through the carnage of life, calling it chthonic. Hidden agents that abide, coalesce, and drive perpetual rebirth from the other side. It says that this group that exists here, beyond life and death, that can last for all of time, is fungi. Very end, it says, and when your flesh at last succumbs, they come to take you back as one of their own. I would have had no idea what was going on here, if not for the little bit of context on this. It says that fungus thrive on dead matter and recycle it to feed the next generations of the biosphere. It says, in a way, they embrace the rest of creation from the outside, as it were, calling them as alien and hermetic to us as the enigmatic Qliphoth are to the rest of the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. So I had to go look all this up. I'm not too familiar with Jewish texts. But it seems that the Qliphoth are, well, it literally translates to shells or husks, and it's a representation of evil or impure spiritual forces in Jewish mysticism. So the idea here is that fungus and their immortality, it seems, and the way that they thrive on the dead in order to create way for life, are very alien to us in ways that ancient evil spirits would be in the Kabbalah. It says that if fungi had sentience and continuity of consciousness, they would see any individual organism or species as a mere fleeting whirl in their eternal deathless experience. If they had a voice, they might tell us that they are the true fundament of all life beyond single-celled organisms. That is... How do you start reading about fungi and come to this decision, this conclusion, that we need to turn them into some sort of eldritch horror that exists beyond all of our time? They have been here from the start. They will continue to be here. They will outlast every living organism and continue to use us to make way for the next organism and the next era of this planet. That's wild. But I think about the music, and I don't really hear much of a connection there. And I think part of that is that, a majority of this is straightforward death metal. Like I said, I don't really have a strong emotional connection to that. I don't think this song is angry in any way. If anything, it sounds very neutral. It sounds very, well, in a sense, nature documentary. It has that neutrality and sort of awe to the vocabulary used. Of course, it's delivered with these harshes, right, and these raspy cleans and all of this. I don't really think that there's neutrality in the music much at all, but the words themselves, the vocabulary used to describe the fungi, very neutral. A little bit of awe, but mostly neutrality. Just speaking very straightforward about something, as impartial as it could be. And like I said, I just find that doesn't connect too well with the vocal delivery, with the sound of the music. I don't see any emotional ties between those two. And maybe that's just the way it's going to be. It wouldn't be the first metal band to just take some lyrics and put them on top of some cool music. In fact, that's the way I feel a lot of music goes in this realm, so I'm not too upset about it. I kind of figured that would be the case as well, given that, a lot of this is rule of cool pentatonic riffage. So I've had a tough time in the past connecting anything like that. But even when I look at the solos, and I was talking about transition of movement, not really a lot of that, I think, in the lyrics here, which is just very descriptive in a sense. So, and the jazz section, I have no way of tying that to this at all. This is just a bizarre idea. So, I think that's where we sit with track 1. I'm going to push forward then into track 2. This was on the shorter side. This one's only 4 minutes long. And the next one's 5.5. We'll stop after this one and discuss it briefly, even if it's only like a little 10-minute analysis. Let's dive in. What'd I tell you? I mentioned a little bit of classical was probably on the table. That's not pentatonic. That was fun. Like snapping, clapping. Some fun. Okay. And a variation on this, kind of shrinking down the expansiveness of the riff into just a few notes. That's the same step up that we had at the beginning of the track too. I think I just need to get to the same mentality I had for Unexpect. It's just like at any moment, the song could go in any direction. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a short one, but that doesn't mean I don't have any joy in talking about it. We kind of shifted gears. Definitely going for a rule of cool style of riff, but moving away from pentatonic harmonies into something a bit more classical. This is very interesting. To me, it feels like a chord progression that would fit right into the Renaissance era of classical. It feels a little complex emotionally, a little difficult to dig into. I had a tough time figuring out what emotion I should feel with it. But I was also being kind of pulled in a specific direction because of the sound of the guitar, which tended to favor higher pitch frequencies. I think it's a bit more treble heavy. The bass, not the bass tones, the pedal tones had a lot of punch to them on the bass end, but there's something about most of the higher notes, anytime that we didn't have the pedal and we actually had, the melodic element going on, it reminded me of a machine. In fact, I don't know if any of y'all have ever listened to old platter hard drive music, which they basically get a bunch of the old school, really thick computer hard drives that had a disc and platter and a needle. And basically, they make noises. They can make noises while the needle is searching across the platter. And they would set up as many as they need, as many notes as they need at one time, and program all of them to make their noises, each of them attuned to a different pitch. That's kind of what this sounds like at times to me. Not quite as harsh. It can create a very abrasive sound, the hard drives can, but there's something about this that kind of has that same sort of higher pitched buzz to it. Not necessarily a fuzz in particular. This type of compression overdrive to me feels very buzzy. It's different than I normally expect from a metal guitar tone. I find that to be really interesting. It does carry this mechanical sound, I think, is how I would describe it. And when I pair that with the note choices, I kind of get pulled away from that Renaissance sound in general, and the emotion I feel is, mechanical takeover. The aggressiveness of the constant playing. Is that 16th notes? Maybe 8th notes. And just the guitar constantly throwing those out with this specific timbre and range. I don't know, something about it feels aggressive, not in the usual death metal way, but it feels like a conscious aggression rather than a sonic one. I find that to be really interesting. The bass follows along with the guitar almost every way through this. They're playing the exact same thing. I think that's pretty cool since it is a pretty driving idea. I don't think the bass is playing the pedal notes though. They're only playing the higher ones that come through every couple of notes or so that create that main melody against this this floor note that they continue to return to. The vocals are aggressive through all of this, obviously, except for the part we'll talk about in a second. And the drums also are very functional here. Whereas we got a little bit of cool flourish on track one, here it's a lot of double bass kick, a lot of snare on every other beat. I don't remember if it was 1 3 2 4. It was one of those. And then cymbals every beat, really aggressive cymbals on every beat too. Even if it wasn't crash, even if it was the ride cymbal, which usually has a bit of a softer hit to it. I mean, the dude's just smacking this thing so hard that even the ride cymbal sounds aggressive in this. Um, and yeah, there's half the song right there. We do see a variation on this guitar riff where it feels really expansive. The first time we hear it, I think it's a full 4-bar phrase. You know what? I think it's an 8-bar phrase. We play most of it, but there's a small variation the second time through, and it kind of changes direction rather than, where it fell last time around bar 3, now it rises or something like that, and it changes the ending of it. So I think it is an 8-bar phrase, but towards the end of the song, we kind of reduce it down to just 3 key notes. And we kind of create a very simplified, like 2-bar idea out of this original 8. So we see a little variation on that. But for the most part, the guitar, the bass, they have one riff for all of the metal parts. There are two somber sections in here. Somber is the wrong word. Quiet, smaller sections. The first time we got clapping or snapping going on in there, I'm not entirely sure. It kind of comes out of nowhere and it feels, I don't even know. I think I get thrown off with the clapping or snapping, kind of gives it a little bit of a folk Americana thing, but definitely not harmonically would I call it folk or Americana. So I don't know. It's a weird moment. And then we do it again later without the snapping this time, and it feels just as awkward there. Yeah, I don't get it. But then there's the Cambrian explosion part. I don't know. It's the only time I picked up lyrics through this entire album so far. He said something about the Cambrian explosion or something along those lines, and it's very epic. And there's like 6 vocal lines going on. There's some dude in the back just absolutely belting out these high notes. Probably a mixed chest and head voice, super high pitched, great vibrato, great power and sustain on it. We got layers under that, creating so many harmonies. It's just, and everything kind of chills out quite a bit. We kind of get into a lighter metal, maybe a harder rock sound. A lot of the aggressive and forward momentum has been pulled back a little bit. I don't think we had a tempo change. We just don't play as fast. If they were 16th notes, now we're playing 8th notes. If they were 8th notes, now we're playing quarter notes. The idea is that we're we're doubling the note lengths, so it seems slower, but I don't think we actually had a tempo shift. So I guess in a sense, the time feel has slowed. That's a good way to put it. And it just feels very expressive. There's so many melodic layers here, creating so many harmonies that it just feels vast. It feels epic. It feels larger than life in so many ways. And it kind of comes out of nowhere too, but I feel like there's a really nice bit of transition. It's only like 2 beats long, but you can kind of feel that the song in those 2 quick beats, and we're talking about a second and a half, maybe tops, you can feel something is changing. You can feel that when when we leave this bar and we hit beat 1 of the next bar, something's going to be different. I don't know what it is, but there's change here. It's a very subtle transition, and if you don't pick up on it, it probably feels like this comes out of nowhere. And maybe they could have made that a little bit longer, but maybe the point of it too is, like most explosions, is that there's not much of a lead up to it. It happens. There is a very stark start point to an explosion of any kind. And maybe that's what they wanted to aim for there. It is a wonderful section filled with awe and vastness, and it's just so cool. And then we leave that and head back into the metal stuff. Although here, I noticed, is where we get the reduced guitar riff. And I wonder if this explosion has anything to do with that. Maybe like there's a lot of potential and then an explosion, and now we're just looking at this one idea that came out of that. Rather than, anything can happen. There's this big, long, melodic idea. Where do we go from this? Well, out of all that potential, just the first, couple of beats is what stuck around after this explosion. So now that's all we're playing with. I don't know if that's necessarily what they're going for, if I'm just grasping at straws with that, but I did notice that we never returned to that full 8-bar phrase after that majestic section. And that about wraps this one up. Yeah, it's interesting. Geez, and I really thought, we made it a minute and a half, almost 2 minutes into this track. I'm like, okay, we have this cool, like, progressive metal kind of riffage going on, a little bit of a harmonic expansion, but it's still death metal, right? We got the vocals, we got the drums. I did like that the guitar riff reminded me a little bit of why can I never remember the name of this band? The bassist name is Forrest. I'm gonna look that up while I'm looking up lyrics, but it reminded me a little bit of that, a little bit of Human Abstract. It's that dash of classical into the metal in a very specific way. I think a lot of it comes down to harmony, but there's also a way of approaching the melody writing that I don't think a lot of bands incorporate when they bring in classical influences. And I think it really comes from being someone who is well versed in classical music and maybe even has composed traditional classical music on their own and just has a really strong concept of that, and then converts that into guitars. Rather than writing metal with a dash of classical, you're really writing classical for guitars. And I think that creates a very different sound in metal that I don't hear too often, and I heard a little bit of it here, so I appreciate that. Lyrics. So just first off, that band I was thinking of is First Fragment. I definitely feel like they have a bit of a classical edge to their writing. Anyways, though, onto the lyrics here. The Cambrian explosion. The description of it is 4 billion years of evolution of multicellular life, summarized in under 4 minutes. There are more lyrics in this song than track 1, despite being half the length, at least as far as runtime goes. It talks about toxic horizons, pestilent holes, the earth freezing over, bacteria decaying to sulfurous slime, the seas becoming stagnant. And it says, until, though, from a poisonous ooze, 2 chemical archangels climb the Gemini of collagen and oxygen. Microbes cluster together, echo themselves toward the sun, quietly emerge from the nether. It talks about how molecules began to form and organisms began to grow and evolve out of all of this. It talks about the third time being the charm. I don't know enough about Earth's history as a planet to really understand I get the gist of it. So there's 2 eras, is that what they would be called? Prior to the Cambrian. But I don't know what they are. I don't know what happened during them. So that would be something that I would look up on another time just to get a little bit of extra information out of it. Like I said, I understand what it's saying. I just lack the knowledge to fully understand the precise elements of it. But it says breathe. A paradigm plunges brought to its knees by molds, fungi, and sponges. I think that's interesting, bringing fungi back up, about how they were also on the cusp of this new era. That the fungi and the molds and the sponges are what brought the old era to its knees, and what forced this new movement. It says, but then something else propels the cells away from death's erosion, conjugates, accelerates the Cambrian explosion. Shocked from slumber, sways and lumbers, a reborn evolution. The wheel of hungers looms humongous in unborn revolution. It talks about how cells began to move and cell walls begin to alter themselves and change. It talks about red algae were some of the first to do this, but then the worms as well. And now we're developing organisms with teeth and mouths, and they start to bite. Now there's limbs and eyes, claws and spines. Out of the ocean, these creatures crawl. And it says the hunt is on. The end of the song says an aeon awakes, fueled by a trillion demises. Ruin awaits, looms in a million disguises. I think that's interesting. Talking about how this moment on Earth is going to give rise to so much ruin. But it's not now. It says it'll wait. It's quite a far away on the horizon. But that eventually, this moment is going to give birth to a lot of destruction on this planet. It says predators start to crave more, multiply as if possessed, to mutate to more lustrous shores. Magnified monsters aspire, newborn spectacles stun, exultant on wings of immortal desire. It talks about how this species that is being formed here craves more and more. It will continue to evolve, it will continue to grow, and it talks about this species multiplying, continuing to spread across the entire planet, always wanting to go to that other shore. I do believe we're talking about humans at this point, and that's why I kind of chuckled at the idea of ruin being on the horizon. We have not been a great species on this planet for the planet itself. All right, let's move on to track 3 here called Clusterfuck. What's interesting too is track 6, I noticed, is called The Fungi of Vuggoth, which kind of brings in more of that Lovecraft angle, because we had in track 1 the narrator called fungi chthonic, to be like Cthulhu. I also noticed that track 4 is called Shades of Shub-Niggurath, which is also a very H.P. Lovecraft type name. So I'm curious how much of this album is Lovecraftian, or at least inspired by Lovecraft. But we definitely have a few allusions, I think, towards that. All right, track 3. Interesting little shift in the middle of that. Yeah. Why should we reach for the sky? Yeah, dude. Notes 3, 4, and 5 are a little awkward. Everything else feels really nice about this though. And those notes create a lot of tension, a little bit of stress to the line that otherwise would just be groovy. No, he didn't. Oh, jeez. Even the shift to this higher reverb, arpeggiating idea. Oh, it's not an arpeggio though. It's just a rising guitar riff. With the vocals. This is very 2000s alt rock. What is going on this album? Ooh, ooh. That's all 4/4, but those accent points on the drums are wild. Love the sound of the bass down there. Random bits of Primus. Okay. Kind of leaning into some groove metal here. With snare on every beat now. That works. All right, yeah, that's a fine song right there. Definitely some parts of it that a little awkward, a little interesting, but for the most part, I enjoyed. I want to take a moment right here to kind of talk about some general ideas of the album so far, because I don't feel like I'm going to say anything different much on this track. Just kind of get my thoughts out, I suppose, on this track is, we have some very rule of cool metal riffage going on in here. We have the groove metal there at the end, which is a different kind of riff approach, but still kind of captures that same vibe. We have a lot of the growls on this. The bass kind of following along with the guitar, much like the last song. It's pretty straightforward drumming once again, until we got to a part where it wasn't very straightforward drumming. And that was interesting because not only was it a transition idea, but we actually ran it into the next verse. And that was very interesting, listening to the odd accent patterns there. It's one of the first times I think I've heard the drummer really start to do something that influences the song in a way, rather than being a core element of the song. In that, basically being that backbeat. I like the chorus, very alternative rock, very 2000s. Again, just an idea that comes out of nowhere, but I appreciate the moment for what it is. That felt very right at home, very comfortable for me. His voice, I don't necessarily think it fits it perfectly, but the cool thing about like alt rock in the 2000s was that there was a lot of different voices at the time, and some of them were not as traditional. Some of them were very unique and iconic. And so while it doesn't necessarily fit any of the ideas of like, my nostalgia for that era, I bet if I had heard an entire song based on like just this chorus, it would have fit right in at the time. I wouldn't even thought an extra thing about it. So yeah, just a cool moment. The guitars, the drums, bass, everything just takes a moment to back off for a second. And we get these nice, almost catchy vocal melodies out of it, which is the first time I've used the word catchy at all on this album. Um, and then we have a really strange bass led section that Primus was the first thing I thought of. I don't necessarily think it feels exceptionally Primus, but that's just like, that's my only parallel there. And I don't know what to make of that section at all. It's another one of those moments where I'm just like, what? How did we get here? What are you doing? What is this trying to be? What's the narrative purpose or the artistic purpose for it? Did you just want to throw something different in here to shake things up? I don't get it, and it's kind of absurd, and it makes me chuckle because I don't understand it. Um oh dude, the rhythmic staccato growls at the beginning on the offbeats, such such an early Disturbed thing to do. That caught me off guard too. We haven't heard anything like that. I kind of get the idea that Alkaloid is kind of a fun group despite their serious chops and seeming. I mean, when you look at the lyrics, the vocabulary is very serious, and I feel like the approach to these topics is not tongue in cheek at all. It's also very serious. There are a couple lighter elements in it. For instance, one of the lines that I skipped over because it kind of feels more comical than anything else in the last track. Um, it was when it was after the Cambrian explosion and things were starting to evolve, and it says red algae first, then some worms in the muck. Things start to fuck, and I mean that's one way to put it. it's not it's not completely untrue. It's not a wrong way to state that. It's just kind of a comical way to state that, especially with everything else kind of to have a little bit more of a scientific edge to it, taking this evolution process a bit more seriously. You throw these two lines in there that kind of, I don't know, it kind of takes that level of seriousness down a level. And I feel like this group is kind of, like I said, not necessarily tongue in cheek. I wouldn't call them a parody or a comedy group, but they seem fun. They know when to pull to pull the pressure off the gas pedal for a moment and just take in the sights, kind of have a little bit of a chillness to it. But it's definitely an album that I would call serious most of the time. There's some oddities, and I think that's really where I want to start off this next idea here. Like I mentioned, I want to kind of bring up some ideas about the album in general right here, and I think this is kind of it. This is a serious album. From the chops on display, the skill needed to compose and perform this, the knowledge necessary to write these lyrics. I don't know how much research went into this or how much was stuff that someone already knew. You never know when it comes to, I think, especially metal musicians, what kind of areas of knowledge they're interested in outside of music. Because, when you get like musicians, right? The people who are like the best of the best, the cream of the crop, and they've maybe even went to school, like outside the realm of metal, even, and they've devoted their life to music. Sure, they might have interests or hobbies outside of music, but I'll tell you, man, in the world of music, if you want to be cream of the crop, it's your whole life for most of your life. If you want to join a big philharmonic, yeah, music, that's what you do, right? um, it's very very impressive how much people devote their lives to this craft. But in the realm of metal, I don't want to like put people down or anything like that. You know, you still have to practice your instruments. You still have to practice composition. You know, you're going to write a lot of stuff that you end up not recording, that you end up not enjoying, drafts that get chucked out. You know, you got to go through that process of doing the bad stuff so you can find the good stuff. Like any creative endeavor, it's not something you just do. But I feel like metal musicians, kind of because of a bit more of the simplicity in music, especially as you get more into the traditional side of metal, you know, where a basic, you know, two note riff and two chords can carry you through an entire entire album or something like that. Um, you know, I feel like there's more room to explore hobbies and stuff outside of metal, and I've been really interested by, you know, what people have explored and known, and sort of, you know, where their lives have taken them outside of what they're most known for. You know, a sick guitarist or a crazy growler or something like that. Um, and so you never know with bands. You know, maybe I don't know. Maybe there's some really big Earth people. What kind of phrase is that, Brian? Oh, is it archaeologists? No. What is the study of the planet? Why don't I know that word? Earthologists. We're gonna go with that. In the band, who just, you know, happen to know a lot about all of this stuff that goes on, and I don't know, man. I'm just, like I said, the getting back to what we started on. The lyrics are very serious here, about serious topics too, and like very knowledgeable parts of these serious topics. And it's probably stuff you can go and hit an encyclopedia on and learn about in an afternoon or a couple of days or something. You just hit the books hard. But a lot of this seems like stuff that there's already an interest in. But again, there's little moments that we kind of duck away from that. Little lines that kind of move away from that. The vocal is throwing out these rhythmic disturb style growls. Little techniques that kind of say, okay, this is serious, we're, you know, we're really getting into this, but we're here to have fun. And musically we kind of see that too, with the shifts to the jazz, with the shifts to all the light stuff that happened in this track. All the little ideas that bring a smile to my face. The alternative rock chorus that doesn't fit with anything else on this album sonically. I loved it. There's no reason to have done that. It doesn't fit the song, it doesn't fit their style. It's a drastic shift entirely, and they put it in there anyways. It's fun. And I feel like that's kind of who this group is to me right now, is fun but serious. They got the chops, but they don't want to be just like totally serious all the time. And I kind of enjoy that balancing, much like on the opening track, balancing the straight death metal with the progressive death metal, kind of balancing this seriousness on this album too. The other thing I want to bring up is general genre of this. I had mentioned that I thought track one was a pretty good introduction to their sound. It's not. We have not listened to a single track like track one since. The idea is still generally there. I think this is a death metal band at its heart, and I think every track is going to have a death metal element to it. Except for maybe track 7, it's a 1 minute interlude. Anything goes on that. We could have a harp solo. And that would fit in even other death metal bands out. Interludes and intros are just a fair game to put anything you want in them. But I think other than that, every track is going to have a death metal element to it. But it's not so much of a type of progressive metal that they're going to pair with that. It's the idea that everything is on the table. Is it going to be more of a classical tech death? Is it going to be a more traditional progressive metal? Is it going to just be rhythmically progressive, like a djenty idea? We haven't had any djent in here yet per se, but I think we were kind of bordering on more syncopated rhythmic techniques in this track. So we might see them explore that a little bit more. But it's progressive metal in the realm of we could do anything rather than we're looking at this specific area of progressive metal. And that's what's tying everything together, as well as the absurd shifts. All three of these tracks have had some wild change in it, and that ties everything together too. The lack of conformity is a type of overarching pattern, and the pattern creates unified expectation. And so I think that's where I'm at with them right now. About a quarter of the way through the album. Probably less than that, because track 11 is 13 minutes long. That definitely kind of lopsides this album to being very back heavy. But we're coming up on the midpoint here. Disc 1 is almost over, which I think is track 6. Yeah, track 6 is the halfway point. So that's kind of my expectations moving forward with this album, is death metal with a lot of twists and turns, and a fun little, not necessarily tongue-in-cheek, fun ideas here and there, just to kind of create bits of levity within a rather serious album. All right, let's hit some lyrics on this one. All right, so this song is a misanthropic view of humanity's efforts on this planet, something along those lines. It says, why should we reach for the sky? Why bother at all? The odds are never good. So why set yourself up for greatness and block out every flaw? But then again, are we but amoebas that tread the mill of time? We raise cathedrals for men, then tear them down in disgust, not because we can, but because we must. Raising Eden from dust since our downfall began, not because we must, but because we can. This phrase, not because we must, but because we can, or the inverse, not because we can, but because we must, is used throughout this song. The idea here, though, is that we change our opinions of things over time. But the consistent thing throughout all of time is that nothing is ever good enough, that everything is sort of just here, that as humans we continue to screw things up, whether it's a small idea, a very small mistake, or a large idea, something that ruins an entire part of the planet. We're just not great. We push forward through the song. Says utopia, all well and good. We project what's missing unto your inadequate world. Make no mistake, you're all alone when the drama unfurls. Go ahead, be a god, then face the inevitable. This is pointing out that there is no higher power here, that this is just chaos. This is the chaos of evolution that took us here, and that there is no divine idea. There was no master planner for the human race, because if there was, they royally screwed up. It reminds me of a George Carlin skit where he talks about humanity as a race. And, he's talking about God too, and how he doesn't really believe in God. And one of the main things is that if the human race and Earth is on a deity, if it's on a higher being's resume, then they need to get kicked out, because these results are not something that you would want to put down as your past work. And I think that's pretty much just being said here too, is that just humans are not great, and if some higher being made us, they're really not that much of a higher being. Then they're making mistakes just as bad as we are. And he says, you're all alone. When all of this ends, you're not going to find some god in the afterlife. You'll be alone. They don't see any way that this could have been created by someone smarter or of another dimension than us, another higher plane of being. It says that we create decay, that we are wretched, that all we have is failure, disasters. Interestingly, it says, from the ashes of man crawls a god in disgust, not because he can, but because he must. Raises temples of lust, starts again without a plan, not because he must, but because he can. From the ashes of man. I think that's really interesting, that after humanity is gone, there will be someone who calls themselves a god, and they will look at what humanity did and just be in total disgust about it. How could we have let this humanity run the planet for so long? And they'll do something completely different, without a plan, but with a goal at least, simply because they can. And I think that's interesting there, because raising temples and trying to start the next religion without a plan, not because he feels he has to, but because he can, kind of signifies to me that it's going to be another failed experiment. Another process of creating the next organism and the communities of said organism in a way that will be just as destructive. All right. Moving on to track 4 here. We do have a Lovecraftian being with the track Shades of Shub-Niggurath. Let's dive into this and see what's going on with, this quarter of the way through the album. What kind of oddities are they going to throw out this time? The sustained texture behind the riffs is an interesting choice. That bouncy cymbal back there. There's quite a few different rhythms going on too. Not in a way that necessarily feels polyrhythmic. Blast beats and noisy guitar work. Bit of atmosphere here. Lots of pedal tone. very digital sounding vocals on that clean vocal. The bass guitar really poking through here. Yeah. Why did we have semi-swung cymbal hits for a moment there? I really thought we were bringing the energy down and we were going to enter into another jazzy silent section. Nope. Right back into this pedal tone stuff. Yeah, that's an interesting stack there. Two different kind of harshes with the 4 cleans on top. Alright, this is this sits a bit more on the extreme side. There is a lot of driving parts in here. Some of that 16th note playing that we checked out on, was that track 2 or track 3? Anyways, from the guitar shows up here. We definitely have some faster playing. A lot of pedal tone on this one though too, where we'll run an entire bar of pedal tone and then have a moving idea on the bar after that. But we had some blast beats on here. Wild blast beats, double bass kicks, just really big, explosive, extreme drumming on this that I think elevates it as far as heaviness and extremity beyond any of the other tracks we've listened to. Especially since the vocalist aimed for more of their lowest growls here. Let me bring that up real quick then. Vocal variety, I'm enjoying a little bit on this. I do appreciate the fact that there's so much vocal technique going on. We have the low growls, we have the mid growls, we have the, I think we've heard a fry in here. I don't think it's been used often though. Most of it's been false chord, but he has a lower one and a higher false chord. We have compressed cleans. We have compressed cleans that are very gritty. But then we also have compressed cleans that are just a little bit of compression on it. We have a a forward placed rock style. We heard that on the alternative rock sections in track 3. We have the falsetto belted stuff, very very heavy metal inspired. We've heard those at the top, never in isolation, always at the top of a vocal stack. Lots of different styles, though. We tend to focus on the false chord stuff. That tends to be quite dominant in the vocal choice, but I do enjoy just how many different vocal styles I've heard, and it keeps the vocals, they tend to be in the spotlight alongside the guitars, but it tends to create something that feels very dynamic and keeps my attention going on this album, because the vocals, yeah, there's a lot of harshes in here that don't always grab my attention, but there's just, I was going to say there's just as many, but there isn't. But there is usually a part or two in every song that tends to go towards something cleaner, even if that's compressed cleans or gritty cleans, something that brings in pitch and melody into the vocals part, that tends to work well alongside the guitars. I think that's something I haven't really touched on much yet, is that when the cleans do come in, they tend to elevate what the guitars are already doing in that melodic sphere. And I think that tends to work really well. And I think it's why those moments work so well for me, even though they're all very disparate. Some are more alternative rock, some are more progressive metal, some are more wild, lighter sections. The clean vocals just, they're always accompanied with a drastic genre shift, it seems. So while they're very rarely connected to the other clean vocal sections, I do enjoy them popping up, though, simply because I think the writing that happens on the melodic side is really strong in those moments. And it's something we just don't get to see elsewhere. Usually the guitars are on their own as the only melody instrument, usually laying down an ostinato, a guitar riff, a looped idea. And I really like hearing the two of them together, because even though we don't have a lot of linear melody in here, we had the two solos in track 1. I think we had one solo in track 3, maybe. But those solos and their linearity of melody are very far and few between compared to how often we have different looped guitar riffs on here. And so without having linear melody writing, I appreciate having the dual melody writing, even though they are looped ideas, and hearing how they bounce off of each other and elevate each other. And I think that's something that stands out a lot in the clean vocal sections, and it's kind of why I wish we had more of them. The contrast is nice, but I tend to find that the more straightforward death metal sections with the harsh vocals tend to feel much like when we had the expanded guitar solo harmony in track 1, and then we reduced it back down to the pentatonic. The death metal sections, as far as melody, feel very restricted and very limited. I hear the vocals come in, we have the vocal stacks, we have a sort of soft counterpoint against the guitar licks. Sometimes there's even a bass line that is different from the guitar and the vocals, and we have this nice trio. I think I was going to say triad, and I shifted it to trio in the middle of melodies. And then we'll move from that to a single guitar riff that's the only melodic component. Everything else is rhythmic and textural. And as I said in the past, if you like death metal, I'm sure this stuff works really great for you. I'm not that big of a metalhead, and I like parts of metal, but definitely once we get into more of the extreme side of it, death metal, black metal, doom metal, they tend to hyper focus on specific extremities that just don't gel well with what I like in music. It's why I typically gravitate towards more progressive styles in these genres. And I do like the progressive elements in this album so far, but the less progressive moments feel very limited to me. I see the expansion. I love these moments, and they say, oh, we're going to rein it in and focus on this one idea, which is usually texture and just sounding really cool. And I can connect with that on some levels. There are some riffs in here, some rhythms. I'm moving my body, right? I'm connecting with it on that level, but it's not hitting me artistically. It's not hitting me emotionally. And I just have a hard time engaging with that style of music. It's just not what I like. It's not what I listen to. And so I am kind of, even, this far in, we're 4 out of 11 tracks down, I'm finding myself really enjoying parts of it and, mildly enjoying other parts. Not that I dislike them, just that it's not something I would seek out on my own. And one of those sides, the part I would not seek out on my own, is definitely a more dominant sound on the album. But as usual, I'm not the intended audience for all of this. They kind of catch my attention here and there, but they tend to be more of solitary peaks in the album more so than a dominant sound. Um, But I do think that they're absolutely doing well at what they do, which is finding this midpoint between highly progressive music and the more straightforward traditional sounds of death metal. And I think that this would be a really great bridge band into more technical death, like First Fragment, like Archspire, like, whatever. Um, because it does capture a lot of that. I don't want to necessarily call it simpler, but, more traditional sounds of death metal. And finding ways to use a progressive element as a spice more so than, like I mentioned at the beginning, more so than a main component um, to their characteristic, their style. Now, this song in particular, I don't know if it was the ending of the song kind of dragging out, or if it's me kind of hitting this point where I've had almost 20 minutes of death metal going into my mind, and I'm just like, okay, this isn't for me. Either way, the final minute of this song, we kind of had this back and forth between the vocals. We said the title, and then we said a line, then we said a title, we say a line, we say a title. And I was just listening to this, and I'm just thinking the whole time, I'm like, okay, I get it. Can we move on? Can we get to track 5? And that's the first time so far that I have kind of lost interest in what the song was doing, and I was just ready to see the next thing. And I don't know if that is album fatigue or track fatigue at this point, but it is my experience with this track. And I did think that this song in particular had a very extreme, straightforward death metal style to it, and it didn't really dip into the more progressive elements too much. We did have some interesting vocal stacks. We did have some call and response in the vocals. We did have that bass spotlight. But I feel like those ideas veered less from that traditional death metal sound than some of the others, where we have completely shifted up the sound and feel of these songs to explore jazzy elements and rock elements and stuff like that, bringing in classical ideas to the melody writing. This felt to be a bit more in line with that death metal sound. So maybe it was just this track. I'm hoping that the next track, which is the second longest song on the album, like I said, we're going to end it on a 13-minute epic. But the next song is 8 minutes long. I really hope that that catches my attention a little bit more than the end of this track did. Let's hit some lyrics. All right, at a certain point in this album, and that certain point is right here, I have to wonder what the hyper focus is on spores and fungi. This one, once again, talks about fungus and more specifically the spores of fungus being some sort of quasi entity of a elder god and being a possibility of a defining force that nudged the evolution of this planet in specific directions, and that might have also nudged the evolution of species on other planets and moons as well. Like I said, it's a really interesting point of fixation as far as theme for a bunch of songs that are generally standalone on this album. I find it interesting how frequently we come back to this idea of fungi. It's in 75% of the tracks so far, which I think is wild. Also, dang, we're 2 hours in and only track 4. Um, this is gonna be a long one, folks. I hope you you brought snacks. I'm not entirely sure about the beginning of this song, other than that it is trying to find some sort of tie between fungi and this eldritch god. But not too long after this, it says spores took flight as ethereal clouds diffused along filaments connecting planet embryos, the firmament primed now for life's slow thunder. Talks about deep inside a sentient primordial slime, that there's a fungi hidden inside, nudging young prokaryotes from their stasis. A black molasses patiently biding its time, eating death, forever spurring life, anatomy flowing free from rotting sludge, a symphony of flesh shall rise. We've already talked about how fungi is possibly immortal, doesn't have a life and death cycle, but it does consume dying uh, things and helps to create life from that. So this idea of a black molasses that eats death and spurs life, that lines up with what we've learned about fungi already today, just in this album, interestingly. The rest of the lyrics tend to kind of go along that same idea, though, again, bringing in this idea that the spores are part of this elder god, Shub-Niggurath, and bringing in some, I don't know, a type of ritualistic singing for this god as well, possibly lifted straight from Lovecraft. I'm not entirely sure. I've actually never read any Lovecraft. I'm a fan of the concepts, the world he's created, but I've just never been interested in reading any of his books. Um, and yeah, so we get to the very end though, and it says dead putrid eyes, fetid rotting limbs, discarded shells, bones and cells, all absorbed into my flesh hovering in the sky, all return to my ageless, timeless dream. And I don't know who this is supposed to be, this first person speaking right here. But they have absorbed a lot, possibly absorbed everything that the fungus has helped them collect and has become full again. Being ageless and timeless, I'm going to assume we're talking about the Eldritch God here. The description in the beginning of the book does kind of go in this direction too. It says that this outer god, the one that was described by Lovecraft, has similarities to mushrooms that spread their spores above ground. And so maybe there's this parallel between the two of them, and there's evidence that some fungi may be able to survive the vacuum of space. So maybe in this hypothetical idea here, maybe this elder god has helped spread these spores to other planets, and there's been evolution there too, and it's all because of the fungus. And at this point, I feel like I'm reading the ramblings of a madman because they're just hyper focused on fungus. I mean, that is a bit of a joke, but it's also like, it's a very specific niche to really fixate on. And it kind of cracks me up that there's so much music on here about funguses. Once again, though, it's a song I have a really tough time pairing back to the music, and I think that's going to be the status quo for the album. They write really wild music, and they have some wild lyrics, but I don't really hear too much of a... Maybe it's one of those things where, like, the music acts as a background sound for specific lyrics, but even within that framework, I have a tough time pairing any of the lyrics to any of the music I hear in a song, much less knowing exactly what's being said at any moment. So, I don't I don't know. I think it's just one of those albums where the music's written, the lyrics are written, and then they smash them together. Not necessarily where one is written in tandem or based around the other side of the writing. All right, moving on to track 5, A Fool's Desire. I can get behind this. This is a nice opening.
The slow cerulean tide sways calmly like a dream.
I do like his clean vocals. I think that makes it sting a little bit more that we get so much false chord stuff on this album.
Months of darkness now subside.
Big drums.
In the blue dawn halos beam.
It's an interesting.
Crystal notes
Yeah, so we actually shift to 7 in this idea.
like fire.
And we're going to go back to 4. Oh, we're not going to go back to anything. Yeah, we were alternating between 4 bars of 4 and then 2 bars of 7. So from a 16 beat phrase to a 14 beat phrase.
The rising sun reveals
Yeah, dude, this is dripping with personality.
mirages from off.
The atmosphere, the dual guitar lines, we haven't really heard much of that. The vocal delivery here. The bass doing its own thing underneath all of this. Really fun hi-hat work. So far, I think this is my favorite track on the album. There's still a lot of music ahead of us, and maybe I don't like the next 6 minutes of this track, but this is a solid beginning. Almost sounded like throat singing there. Oh, that quick hammer-on pull-off gives it a nice little twangy vibe. Lots of bite.
Come this godforsaken shore, cast fate to the wind and get going. Finds like granite reap a sore, where monstrous storms of pain are blowing. Brave the glacier, tooth and claw.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And now? Yeah, bring it back down. Bring it back. Yeah. Interesting also bouncing back and forth between 4-4 in the lower energy and 7-4 in the higher energy. Nice straightforward rock beat, a lot of held notes here. There's gotta be metal in it, I suppose. I'm a little afraid where they're going with this. It kind of feels a little hair metal. Oh, no, that's... Ooh, that chord changed everything. Lots of tension here. Bringing a bit of danger into the mix. Yeah. And this is the same chordal movement from the beginning of the song. A little bit of the bass stuff going on underneath it. That was nice. I like that tasteful bit of reverb at the very last note of that guitar solo too. That worked very well. You know, as far as bringing the energy down to nothing within a second and then, you know, having that final outro, that was really well done as far as a mixing perspective. Is this still my favorite song on the album so far? I think so, simply because the metallic elements are less prominent on it. But I did find that I enjoyed the first half a lot more than the back half. They took everything I loved and replaced it with extreme metal, which is something I don't usually love. So there were some nice parts in the metal, though. The guitar solo at the end I thought was very tasteful. While it was mostly shred, I thought it had nice direction. There were some really cool chordal moments going on underneath it as well. And I think it added just enough of a classical spice to kind of create a different sound than what I generally hear the guitars playing. And like I said, there were some cool chords going on here too. It felt a bit more expansive than most of the other metal sections, but the drums, the vocals, even the bass, which was kind of a little more straightforward at this point, they were not my cup of tea. I mean, we got blast beats, double bass kicks, and growling, like things I enjoy as spice that have taken up so much of this album. I think if this had been a single track reaction for me, I would have been a lot more positive on it. But it's just, you know, context is important, both as a negative and a positive. You know, usually I talk about it as a positive, where I say, you know, this song doesn't really make as much sense as I think it could if I had listened to the songs leading up to it, or if I knew more about the band and their, you know, stance on things or something. You know, it's always it's always needing more information to have a better understanding of something. But in this case, having more information about their style has led me to hearing more of their false chord stuff. And it's whereas in this, it really is a spice on the song. It's a little kick at the end of some false chord. I'm so used to the false chord already that I've heard so much of it that it on my entire listening experience here, despite the song being a majority, a nice 50-50 between rockier sounds and metallic sounds, clean vocals to harsh vocals, in my entire experience of this album, that, 4 minutes of lighter music is still such a small blip in the, almost 30 minutes of metal that we've listened to on this album that it still feels too little too late in a sense. And so when the harshes come in, rather than being, oh, that's a neat little twist on what we were listening to, it's like, oh, back to this again. And, my relationship to that turn into the more metallic side on the back half would be very different if I was listening to this song in isolation. So it's one of those situations where, context does change it, but unfortunately, instead of improving my appreciation, well, actually, I still do appreciate what they're doing here, but it diminishes my enjoyment of it, um, which is a little bit of a twist and not something I typically think about. So that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna. This was a hashtag ruined by the metal moment. Uh, I don't know if y'all know about that. It's a little inside joke, I suppose. That y'all give me a lot of metal albums, and sometimes these musicians will play some non-metal stuff that I will really enjoy, and it usually, at least from my perspective, feels like it gets cut short to bring in metal that I'm not as happy about. And the song that, what I was enjoying has now been ruined by, because, incorporating other parts or shifting to a totally different idea. I don't mean it too seriously. Don't take it too seriously. I mean, I put a hashtag at the front of it. I hope you could kind of tell it's a little tongue in cheek. I don't think I've ever explained it in the past, though. I wonder how many people have been turned off by that. They're like, dude, this guy said the metal ruined it? Nope, I'm clicking out of this video. Never subscribe to this guy. Just like take it super seriously. Um, but I did, when that kicked in and then stuck around for the rest of the song, I was like, oh, okay. It makes sense. I should expect it. I mean, it's what Alkaloid is. They're metal. They are an extreme metal band at the heart of it all. But that intro was really fun. The clean vocals, the specific harmonies we had going on there. Like I mentioned, we had this nice hammer on pull off idea that I don't think we've really heard too much of that. A little bit in the shred and some of the solos, sure, but most of the riffs feel like everything is picked. And so we have a little bit of a legato sound in here in a song that is primarily staccato. And those two words, staccato, just means a very abrupt stop between notes. Dot, 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 dot. Legato is a smoothness between notes. Da, 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 da. It's less of a spacing between the notes that you play. And so a lot of this has been very staccato, very harsh in its with its accentuation, with its attack. And here we have a little bit of lightness coming in that I really enjoyed. And we even had some of that at the beginning with the reverb on the guitars moving up and down these chords, creating this smoother feeling than we've really heard anywhere else. And even when the melody comes in, it has this little bit of legato feel to it as well. I really liked the almost like, I don't know, like a country rock kind of thing. I don't really have much of a parallel for this. I know Metallica has incorporated a little bit more of this. It's not even really country though. That's the thing. Maybe it's like a dash of Western vibes into it. Because it's not country music. It's really not blues either. I want to call it like a bluesy-esque thing, but I honestly don't think that that's too accurate either. It's sort of just this U.S. Western sound that kind of gets slightly incorporated into a general hard rock foundation. And like I said, Metallica is really the only other band that I've really heard do this specific combination. Merging country or western or blues into rock is something that so many bands have done. But, I'm thinking about Load and Reload in their hard rock era, kind of bringing in this more Western vibe to it. And we get a little bit of that here. I find it to be really catchy, really engaging. It creates an interesting atmosphere. The vocals come in, they're clean. And I love the melodies. We have dual guitar work. We haven't heard that at all on the album. The biggest thing I think we've heard is when there's a solo guitarist and then both of the guitars are playing the riff under it. There's two guitar lines. But for the most part, the guitars are completely in sync on this album, creating this unified front of sound. And here, they're slightly different. They're doing their own things. I love this. There's so much nuance to this that we just don't really get in the metal side. The metal side is very unified. It's very singular in focus. Everyone's in on this loud, aggressive sound and rhythm. Even the bass here is doing its own thing. And like I've mentioned a couple of times, the bass does get unique riffs, but they also more often than not are playing what the guitar is playing an octave down, and both guitars are playing that. So you have all three guitars playing the same riff generally through a lot of this. And we're just getting all these layers and this complexity, this emotional, not just aggressive sound. We're actually hearing this other type of emotional atmosphere. We have the clean vocals come in. That's another melody line, and it's just so infectious. I could live within this sound. It's not usually a sound I seek out, but surrounded by all this metal, it's a pool of water in the desert. I don't care if it's a little sandy. I'm drinking it. I'm really enjoying the beginning of this song. And we have this cool, like, slightly proggy thing with the time moving from 4/4 sections to 7/4 sections. The chorus does ramp up the energy a little bit. And we have this rising energy and falling energy there. Again, also incorporating a shift between 7-beat phrases and 4-beat phrases. And I really enjoyed a lot of everything that was going on here. It's just a nice burst of cool air amongst a very hot day. That makes it sound like I dislike the metal side of this album more than I do comparing it to a stagnant breeze on a very warm summer day. But I did find the beginning of this track to be very refreshing, and it lines up with a lot more of what I enjoy in music. And I hope that I kind of explain a little why the return to the blast beats and the aggressive guitar work and the false chord growls is very underwhelming for me in this track in particular. The other songs, these moments of levity or a different style have been that moments. This took up half of a track, half of the longest track we've heard so far. I was really hoping it would be a lull within the album, and instead it was just a moment within a song. That's not to say that the back half is bad in any way. In fact, I like some of the riffage going on back there. The drummer gets to do some really interesting things with rhythms. There's some really fun ride cymbal stuff going on back there. Some playfulness with the hi-hats too. But it's paired alongside blast beats and double bass kicks and just really aggressive, straightforward, static drumming. And I think it works for contrast. A lot of this album likes to sit at a 10. Sometimes we dip down, but like I mentioned, those are moments before we kick back. It was nice to relax for 4 minutes. 4 straight minutes to kind of consume a different vibe. And so when we do punch back up, that actually feels impactful. That's a return to a sound that is also a peak within the album. Blast beats we've only heard on 2 tracks now, this one included. Even as far as the extreme metal side goes, blast beats are used for peaks, and to go from one of the more mellower sounds of the album to blast beats and shredding and growling, it really takes us from a lull to a new peak. And that feels impactful. That is definitely what you want to use contrast for. It makes the metal feel like an extremity once again, where it kind of has become the norm for this album. And I think they did that rather well. Still a bit frustrated with it, but that's a subjective thing. Artistically, objectively, I think this song is fantastic both in and of itself and also its placement within the album as a way of creating pacing and fluidity of flow throughout, the ways that they want to express the pacing of the album, and the way that they want to control the highs and lows of the listener's experience. So that's where I sit with that one. Subjectively frustrated, objectively impressed. Let me hit some lyrics. So this is a returning to a bit of the negative views of humanity. Track 3 focused on a bit of a misanthropic view of humans. This one, I feel, points towards more of a nihilistic view of life in general. Although I guess looking at themes, the lyricist doesn't look poorly on fungi, but does look poorly on humans. The beginning of this song, the first half, I'm going to assume it seems to be a very poetic description of an area of land that's icy, it's cold, and it's exceptionally dangerous. It is not a place for humans to be. It is a difficult place for humans to thrive. It talks about coastal mountains rise like keels, pierce horizons like jagged scars. Talks about crystal moats, icy veins that gleam through the water. Glacial tooths and claws, they grind a path to Fenrir's jaw. What this is all alluding to, according to the description of the song, is a specific mountain that I am not going to be able to pronounce in Antarctica. And it's describing the land around it. Now, from here, I believe when we move into the metal side of things, we're kind of taking a peer at this not from a beautiful lyrical stance that might be more human, but something that feels a bit more apathetic towards humanity. Maybe it is the earth itself. It says, soft, the flesh of the feeble beasts that crawl, and nameless glory crave, deaf to their own angel screams, like insects they squirm over their own graves. It talks about how a human, or maybe humans in general, have tried to climb this mountain. They act as if it is a moment of grandeur. That the reality is that whether they make it up or not, no one will remember them. Maybe not necessarily in the next couple of days, but years, decades, millennia? Who's going to remember this specific person? It says every breath that they take is a refusal to die in rock and ice's vengeful cascades. It says at the end, though, that they succeed. They make it to the top. It says that their heads become swelled with ego, almost shifting into a bit of a sarcastic element. It says they are triumphant, invincible, like Atlas lifting the entire world. Almost mocking the feelings of victory this person would have of, in a sense, conquering this mountain in a place that humans really are not meant to be. It takes this idea of climbing a tough mountain and describes it to be a fool's desire. I think this is the first time I kind of veer away from this album's lyrics. We've had a lot of more neutral talk about stuff, and while there's a hyper focus on Fungi, I'm sort of neutral to all of it too. I think it's an interesting concept, if nothing else. Nothing I've really been ecstatic to read, but it's fine. Track 3, I mean, it's I try not to be as pessimistic about humanity, but it's kind of tough to not see all the ways that we've endangered ourselves, other animals, the planets, that we've disrupted the balance of the ecosystem of this planet. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I try to be more positive, but I do kind of agree with track 3. I think that is one of the songs I'm a little bit more positive about. But then we get here, and it just feels too nihilistic for me. I am not a nihilist. I might be a little bit of a misanthrope at times, but generally people surprise me. And I think generally people are helpful and positive, and they bring joy. There's certainly a lot of people who are just wanting to see the world burn, anarchists, just hateful, vile people. Sure. I don't think that that's the majority of people. And so while I do agree with tracks like track 3, it's more of a 50-50. I take some of it and I ignore the rest. But nihilism is a theme in metal that I have consistently not really clicked with much at all. And I can't agree with this one. It just leaves a really sour taste in my mouth that so far my favorite song musically has been the one that lyrically I'm just the most against. I don't think diminishing human achievements, even if it is just climbing a mountain, is the way to go about stuff. Not everything is supposed to be done for fame or glory. Sometimes you just got to do it to prove it to yourself. And I think just seeing how far humans can push ourselves, the limits that we can reach, and then somehow even surpass is phenomenal. It's one of the greatest parts of humans. It's also one of the scariest parts, too. Coming from a negative perspective, Americans. Coming from a positive perspective, people have pushed themselves past limits in a negative way too. We have seen some really horrific things that people have done. But the idea of seeing a boundary and pushing past it, that's definitely something to be usually congratulated. It is something to celebrate. To see somebody take something like that and shoot it down because of, in the grand scheme of things, no one cares, just feels too pessimistic for me. And I don't want to put this on the vocalist. I don't know who came up with this. I don't know if they believe it. Maybe this is all just for the story of the album. Regardless, this is no longer my favorite song on the album. There's just too much of a divide in the lyrics for me between the kind of lyrics I like to read. And granted, I can't understand most of the lyrics in this, so maybe it really isn't that big of a problem, but it's just really disappointing for me to enjoy the music so much and then to find out that the song is that. Alright, moving on. We're going to read about more fungi here. The Fungi of Vuggoth. This is the final track of disc 1. After this, we're going to check out lyrics. I'm going to go take a lunch break. It is 2 o'clock my time, and I haven't eaten since 8. And something tells me I'm going to need my wits about me checking out the rest of this album. Getting grumpy from hunger and listening to death metal is probably not a good recipe for me. And a disc swap seems like a good place for that. Granted, y'all won't even notice. I'll read the lyrics, and a second later we'll dive into the track after that. Anyways, let's dive into this. The Fungi from Vuggoth. Bit of a okay, yeah, a slight bit of dissonance. It's not the noisiest track so far, but it's a bit of an abrasive opening. Okay, that's a fun line. Yeah, a little pocket of some classical style composition there, the dual melody with a focused core motif that they're both playing a variation of. Harmony on the guitars too. And that's 2 songs in a row. I hope this is a pattern that continues on. You know, it's the same exact idea, same exact parts. I still love it just as much as the first time. See another idea that acts as a transition between 2 metallic ideas. The high reverb, the fun rhythmic stuff, getting away from being a metronome. Really cool progressive ideas used for such a short amount of time. Phrygian Harmony. Yes. And linear melody. Into... this is good stuff. Dude, a very smooth 6/8 too. Yeah. Yeah, bring it in, bring it in. Let's go. Let's wrap this CD up. Yeah, yeah. The wild fills I'm not exactly feeling, but the polyrhythms and the light groove. Sorry about that, wrong button. was interesting to finish that up as simple as they did. That final metal section is 3 chords where most of it is just 2 chords, and occasionally it's like do 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 do, and occasionally we'll have a do do and kind of come down and then still return back to that same first chord. And then just the 16th note bass kicks behind that and the growl. Like, I don't know, man. There is such a strong pocket in the middle of this. I wish they had just kind of stuck with some more of this strong melodic writing atmosphere. It still could have ramped up the energy while still retaining these melodic and harmonic ideas, not bringing the growls in at the end, not bringing the blast beats, the bass kicks. Continue on with the melodic drumming. Just find a way to ramp the intensity up within the progressive writing rather than switching to the traditional writing for that intensity. But, that's just me really enjoying the progressive sides of this album. So I suppose, like everything, take that with a grain of salt. It's a very subjective take on it. So yeah, I think that's where we need to start here then, is the progressive side. We start the song off with, honestly, I thought we were just going to wrap this side up, this album, or sorry, this CD up with very generic death metal stuff. The first 2 minutes of the song, maybe 3 minutes of the song, pretty straightforward ideas. Aggressive riffage, aggressive drums, bass following the guitar, and the false chord growls. It was just more of how we finished up track 5, more of what we heard of a lot of on track 2 and 3 and 1 and 4 even. I mean, this is their core. Like I mentioned, this is what they continue to return to. They deviate from it in far ways, but this is their home. And I was kind of hoping, even Spotify, I wish I'd kind of read this earlier, but the beginning of the description says progressive extreme metal band Alkaloid. They formed in 2013, yada, yada, yada. Progressive extreme metal. Okay, that sounds pretty nice. I kind of wish that they would kind of lean into that progressive side a little more. They tend to like it in structure and in small bits, small bursts. They'll go do something really wild and then just return back to death metal, and then do something really wild and return back to death metal. And it is a progressive extreme metal band. They don't live in the progressive as much as I would want them to. They really reside in the extreme side, and I really thought that's how this side was going to end, the A side. That's a lot easier to say, I think, than this CD, which kind of sounds weird. The A side doesn't do that, though. We do get a lot of that at the beginning, but then, dude, so many cool ideas. I can't believe I still haven't. I was so ready to talk about this. I just forgot to remove that. I mean, we kick it off with some dual guitar work, which we saw a little bit of this even in the death metal part. They did end up unifying for a majority of that, but this is something I liked about A Fool's Desire. It's something I liked about this track, hearing the guitars do their own things. And we saw a little bit of that setup in the extreme metal beginning. But here in the middle, we get some melodic guitar playing, linear melody, not riff based, not a short little 8-bar idea, like a full 16-bar melody line. And not just one. After we finished that, we played another 16-bar melody line and then another 16-bar melody line. Now, I'll say that these 3 solo duets, whatever, they weren't super consistent in, like, they all flowed into one another. I wouldn't necessarily call it, this large 48-bar concept, but it is a series of 16-bar phrases that are linear, no loops. And we have a variety of sounds through this too. A little bit more metal. We bring in some Phrygian sounds. We bring in some lighter reverb with like cleaner electric guitar sounds. We have duets, we have harmonies, we have counterpoint. So many cool ideas here. The bass shines a little bit underneath all of this moving guitar work. It is just a series of surprises for me. And I'm sure, I know I wear my emotions on my sleeve. I'm sure I just looked like I was having the time of my life. And as far as this album goes, I was. It was just, I'm so used to, a one shot idea. And I like it, and I know it's going to end soon, and we're going to go back to metal. And this just didn't do that. It followed up cool idea after cool idea after cool idea. And it was just phenomenal to hear these melodies and really get to hear their melody writing in a variety of different harmonic atmospheres, listening to the drummer play around with fun rhythms, play around with more melodic drumming. Just kind of get outside of that comfort zone of let me be a metronome, let me play these rigid ideas and start exploring some of the sounds that I kind of felt we were going to hear more of after that opening track. It was sort of alluded to that the drummer had a lot of potential, but that the track just didn't need it. And so we had these little bits of flourish that felt like foreshadowing to more technical drumming on the album. And we never quite got it until here. I think this is the first time I've really felt that the drummer gets a chance to unleash and do some really neat stuff. We've heard a couple polyrhythms, we've heard some nice fills. I think there was one melodic-ish drum part on track 4, but it's been something that continues to be hidden. This potential I can hear, but we haven't actually seen it turn into kinetic yet. And sure enough, man, we get some awesome drumming here. I mean, we get to this point, the guitar's playing these high reverb chords, one note at a time, and then they kind of stack with the reverb, just kind of humming away. We got the drummer doing all these wild things. The polyrhythms in here are wild. The fills are wild. It's a drum solo. It's awesome. I'd love to hear more of the drummer doing stuff like this. There are some melodic lines in here that I wish had drum patterns built around rather than just being a one-off time to explore at this moment. It isn't a perfect section. It reminds me of, was it Odraza? Where I think it was Odraza, because I think it was the album. I know recently we've checked out 2 black metal things that I've kind of enjoyed. One was Abigor, but that was a single track. A long one, sure, but I think this was the end of an album, so it would probably be Odraza from last Saturday. And in one of the songs, there is a part where the entire band chills out, and it is just this really somber moment. Really quiet, and the drummer just starts going off like they've never done on the album. And that's exactly what happens here. It's kind of wild that as far as album reviews go, back to back, I have the same odd section of the entire band goes low intensity and the drummer decides to keep high intensity. And I don't get it. I didn't get it then. I don't get it in this situation either. Of all the times for a drum solo to explore polyrhythms, to explore melodic drumming, why here when the song is dipping down to a 3 or a 4? Why is the drummer still playing it like a 10? This does not feel like the right time for a drum solo. And that's just a bit unfortunate, I think, because the atmosphere is beautiful here. I'd love for pretty much anything else to have happened here. The drumming is fantastic as well. I mentioned that some of the fills were a bit awkward to me, but the polyrhythms and the melodic drumming were consistently a highlight of this drum solo. I just want more of that, just, in a section that makes a little more sense. This was a little awkward, I think. The 2 ideas were solid, just smashing them together. This is not a peanut butter and chocolate situation. This is like peanut butter and pickles, and it's just a really odd combination. So, but then after this part, I was kind of hoping we stuck around with this atmosphere, because like I said, I wanted to hear some melody. within it. I want to hear them explore this atmosphere they've crafted that all they've done is drum heavily through. Again, the drumming was great, but it didn't really fit the moment. And then they chose not to explore that. And they went in a very different direction. A metal one. And they wrapped the song up with some double bass kick and growling. And I've already said my piece on this, but I did find that to be a little bit of a letdown. I don't even necessarily think I wanted the song to end on the low bit. I thought it would have been fine, but I just wanted to explore it a little more. You know, there's a lot of times that I talk about a band fully exploring a section and it kind of going on too long for me. I wanted to explore more of this in this case. It's a rarity, and they didn't give it to me. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I do think that this has taken my top song though, just because there are there's a solid like 90 to 100 seconds in this song that are perfection. And I don't care about the stuff that comes around it. I would listen to that minute and a half over and over and over again. It was just so good. Let me check out some lyrics. So, you remember track 4, the hypothetical situation that maybe fungus are kind of like an elder god, and maybe they could survive in space, and that means maybe they could have evolved on other planets. Yeah. This song is about some fungus that made its way to Pluto and developed into a sentient species. There is a direct quote from, I'm assuming, H.P. Lovecraft. It's attributed to H.P.L., so that kind of works well. And it does talk about the old ones, which I think is what H.P. Lovecraft did call the elder gods. Basically just saying that the elder gods exist in spaces between what we expect them to be in. I don't really know how it adds much to this particular story. But it says that these fungi creatures, they were on Earth at one point, and they found their way into space when the single-cell creatures of Earth were simply just being. Haven't really done anything yet. And they say that they watch everything from their frigid refuge all the way out on Pluto in perpetuity endowed. It says that there's nodes of fungus entanglement traversing the chasm that bodes mortality among us and our life-giving plasm. We, the agents of permanence, we, the guardians of sentience. So they watch everything from out here. And because fungus lives forever, they deem themselves agents of permanence. We have all the cool solo stuff going on here. And then the song ends in the metal part. It says, but what is this now? Flung like spidery crumbs, machines have come from the Oort cloud. So there's machines that are coming to the universe. He says, we watched the monkeys come and go. That would be the humans. We saw the star spawn passing. That's the cephalopods, which we actually reacted to a song about that called Rise of the Cephalopods in the past. And I think the last track of this album is based on the cephalopod story too. I got to double check the context. The person who requested this sent me like 3 massive paragraphs about this, and I'm really happy about it. I really think this would have been quite a difficult time getting through some of this, even with this, the expanded context of the liner notes. It still would have been a tough read for me. They put a lot of stuff in perspective that helps. But anyway, so we watched the monkeys, we saw the star spawn, but these, talking about the robots, these change everything. Now, going back to the context of this, it says that these robots, they're self-replicating. They're the first robots to ever come to this solar system, and they start building a Dyson sphere around the sun. I had mentioned that Alkaloid has a few running stories through their albums. One is of the cephalopods. One is of the Dyson sphere. Track 7 is an instrumental, only a minute long. After that, we're going to check out tracks 2, 3, and 4, Numen, the title track, Recursion, and The Folding. These are the Dyson songs parts 7, 8, and 9. I'm going to read a little bit about the other 6 Dyson tracks, but everything's kind of coming together. I thought these were all separated storylines, but the fungus, the robots and their Dyson sphere, and the cephalopods are all connected. And at this point, I'm kind of thinking that this album, while it does have some more standalone-ish tracks, I think tracks 3 and 5, both about humanity, are kind of standalone-ish. You can read them as their own and not really miss anything. But it also feels like at times they are connected to the fungi creatures. Because the fungi creatures have talked about them, and it almost seems as if they chronicle them at times. And it all does take place within this solar system. So that's all a bit of interesting things, I think, going on with this album so far. And what I thought was going to be, a couple of connected songs to other albums is, no, it's all kind of forming together into a larger general idea here that I don't think is very standalone much at all, but it does require an understanding of Alkaloid's past works, which kind of puts it in the realm of something like Coheed and Cambria. I wonder how connected their past albums are. If maybe the songs that aren't about the cephalopods or aren't about the Dyson sphere, if those are a bit more standalone than this album. But honestly, everything in here feels connected to me so far, and knowing that the next 4 tracks are all connected, and the last one is about the cephalopods, which I do need to double check on that, it all feels connected. Maybe not chronologically connected like a traditional concept album, but it's all in the same universe, so to speak. That actually works on 2 levels. That's good little coincidence there. All right, let's dive into track 7, the instrumental of the Black Siren, and that'll pull us into Dyson track 7, Numen. Alrighty. This is all over the place. Oh, nice turn. Great resolution. Yeah, a beautiful intermission there. Kind of curious what it's supposed to represent. I'm also wondering if, given that we're shifting perspectives in the narrative, if we're going to start hearing some different sounds musically. I I wasn't expecting it so soon. I wonder if it's going to stick around. Very fun drumming though. Wild polyrhythms. I told you there'd be some genty rhythms on this. This is wild. Yeah, very methodical. That's fun. Massive bass tone. Also interesting to hear all the different layers, and more importantly, I think the space between all of the layers. Why is this beginning to feel like Avatar? Oh, okay, so introducing this new time feel in the vocal line first. I mean, granted, it was like a 2-beat introduction, but still. So the drums are laying down a pretty straightforward 4/4 groove, but over here we're getting the triplets. interesting to hear the rhythmic ideas from the past section develop into this pure snare stuff right here. And that snare movement turned into just constantly up and down the kit. Very interesting counterpoint to everything else on the album. I know it goes into the next track. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Like I said, interesting counterpoint. This feels, well, I mean, there's recurring ideas in here. The production's all the same. It definitely feels like it belongs on the album, but I think compositionally speaking, this is so different from the other 6 tracks. And I think that's awesome. It kind of makes me want to go back to tracks 3 and 5, the ones that are very much about humanity, and kind of see if there's anything that connects those, and not just necessarily connects them, but separates them from the other 4 Fungi tracks. I mean, Cambrian Explosion isn't necessarily a Fungi track, but it does still praise fungus in it. But I'd love to see if there's any connection between all of that I might have missed. And I guess this also assumes that tracks 8, 9, and 10, the 3 Dyson tracks, are all going to be connected in some way. Also, it could be that Recursion and the Folding, the next 2 tracks we have, are nothing like Numen here, which I think would disappoint me a little bit, because I like this idea of creating thematic consistency between perspectives, I guess would be how we go about this, where the Fungi have their own feeling, primarily death metal, a type of simplicity that maybe works with the idea of the simplicity of fungus in general, where maybe the Fungi of Vuggoth, which got a little bit more complex and I really enjoyed, was about the first and only time that the fungus have reached a type of sentience, a more complex state of being. And so musically, it takes a lot of the ideas of progressive death metal and pushes it into a more technical death metal realm, harmonically, melodically, compositionally. There's a lot of really great ideas in that track that lines up with the idea that we're not just talking about generic fungi anymore. We're talking about the sentient fungi that lives on Pluto. And I can't believe I'm getting engaged in this ridiculous story. It is like the pulpiest sci-fi stuff, and it's kind of clicking with me here. But I think it's taken some time to latch on. But here we have a song about the self-replicating robots. And granted, this is track 7 out of 9, I think. I don't know if there's more. I don't know if this is their latest album or if they've done more Dyson tracks, but I am missing a little bit of context. I'm going to be looking at the rest of the tracks, at least lyrically, while I check out the lyrics for Numen and try to get a little bit of context for what's going on here in particular. But I think even coming into the middle of the fungi stuff is fine. And track 11, it's kind of the middle of the cephalopod story, so I'm kind of hoping that is generally fine too. But this just feels, how does this feel different? I mean, let's walk through this. Let's explain it. Right from the start, I will tell you this. The vocals are very robotic. I think I brought this up in another track, and I'm kind of curious which track that was, and if there's any thematic cohesion between this one and that one. But it's the specific interval and precision of delivery, where it almost feels like It's not necessarily two tracks recorded, but one track copied and then pitch shifted, where all of the articulation, the beginning of words, the ending of words aren't just similar, but they are perfectly in line with the other, creating this very robotic, unified idea as if one person is speaking in two pitches simultaneously, more so than one person trying to record something very close to how they recorded a little bit ago, but at a different pitch. We also have a lot of synth sounding ideas in here. They don't necessarily need to be synths. The cool thing about digital sounds in general is that there's usually a lot of production put on them, which kind of obscures the necessity for a specific core timbre that you start off with. We've heard this in, actually, it was just last week, when we checked out Amplifier. And I was like, dang, we got some synthy ideas in here. I was like, oh, wait, these are guitars. Yeah, I mean, you can make synthesizers sound like guitars. You can make them sound like pianos. You can make them sound whatever you want. You just got to put enough layers on there to sort of remove out the specific timbres, the specific characteristics of the timbre, and then add in the specific characteristics of the timbre you're aiming for. It's a very peculiar, specific skill that I certainly don't have, and I have a lot of admiration for people who can craft sounds. In fact, I watched a video. I wish I had the link. I mean, this was like a month ago, so I don't even know if I'd be able to find it. But I watched a video of this guy who just used a basic synthesizer, just like holds out a single tone, a really old school synthesizer tone. And then through like layers upon layers, he crafted, a very metal sounding drum kit and distorted guitars and distorted bass. And he made something that was like 80% there to sound like a real metal band. And it could have used a little more work, but honestly, getting 80% there and just starting out with a single tone is wild. The people with this skill completely blow my mind. And so, I hear stuff that sounds like synthesizers on this track. They don't have to be. But we have a lot of glitch and distortion and like digital modulation. We have the quick panning back and forth. We have something that sounds like a kill switch, just constantly cutting in and out. And then, like I said, the synth sound. There's something very digital about some of the instruments used on this track, or at least the timbres used on this track. Again, it could be any instrument. And that gives it a very specific flair as far as atmosphere crafted from timbres. When you listen to a string quartet, all acoustic instrumentation, that has a very different feeling than a jazz band. That's going to have some, maybe an electric bass. It's going to have maybe a keyboard. It's going to have brass instruments. They all have different feels to them. And when you combine all of these different timbres together, you're going to get a very different atmosphere, not based on your chords, not based on the music, but based just on the sounds of the instruments. And right off the bat, the characteristics of this song were wildly different. And that's just off of what I heard at the beginning. But then we get into the compositional side of things, and harmonically, what are we doing? This is wild. It's sort of all over the place, but it's also so constrained. I mean, even right there at the end, and I know, we're talking about the beginning of the song, I'm bringing up the end or whatever, but the end of the song, I don't think has a chord progression. I think it's totally static in one chord for like 2 minutes. It just doesn't have a progression to it. It's just kind of stuck. And we haven't heard that at all. A couple of tracks that maybe used 2 or 3 chords for the progression, but none that are just locked into a single chord. So I found that to be pretty interesting. At the beginning, it was kind of hard for me to pin down a chord progression. And kind of coming off of the Black Siren, which I felt danced between a few different chord progressions, that at times I almost wanted to say it's just chromatic, because the speed that it would move between ideas kind of left it sounding like it was, chordally or harmonically agnostic, where there doesn't have a core chord. I've come up with too many phrases today that are very difficult to say, just two words that should not be said back to back. A core chord. It just feels like it's constantly evolving and changing and modulating, morphing. It's just constant state of metamorphosis is what the Black Siren feels like to me. And going into Numen, it kind of carries on that a little bit as well. It becomes a bit, not necessarily, again, I don't think it is chromatic. I don't think it's using all 12 keys or all 12 notes, but it isn't necessarily locking itself into a specific group of notes either, not for a long enough time to dictate an emotional feeling for the song. Because chromatic has a very specific feeling. Hearing all the notes working together, especially if they're used equally, where you kind of make sure that you don't omit any note, or you don't focus too much on a couple of notes, because that'll start giving it character, right? If you don't play the E flat except for like one time out of 30 seconds, the E flat might as well not even be there. It becomes a spice. It becomes drawing outside or coloring outside the lines. And if you start focusing on maybe 5 or 6 notes and kind of touching on the others ever so often, well, now you're just kind of adding spice to whatever those 5 or 6 notes create as a chord. So to give it a chromatic flair, you really need to be as even as possible with all of the notes, and that never gets touched on here. So at any given moment, I do believe it has a harmonic personality. It's just overall, when I take in 15, 20, 30 seconds of music at a time, I don't feel a strong emotional sense. I don't sense a strong like atmosphere or anything like that. It feels like it's just constantly moving, constantly morphing, which is interesting because it's hard for me to pin down what it's doing at the beginning because it's moving too fast. And at the end, it doesn't have any emotional resonance because it's just locked into one chord. And a chord by itself generally doesn't have emotional weight to it. You got tension and stuff like that, and of course there's the implication of other chords depending on how long you're going to be sitting on this one. It might imply that it's supposed to resolve into the next or whatever, and that kind of gives it some implicit, at least, function, if nothing else. But here, I had no read on it. It was just static, just one idea for such a long time that it didn't imply anything else. It was just that. And a chord by itself, like I said, doesn't really give a lot of emotional information. It's more about the progression itself. How do the note intervals move? That's what gives songs emotional value. So neither the beginning or the end I had much of a read on, but for two totally different reasons. Bonkers. Now, after this harmonically vague opening, though, we begin digging into some really rhythmic ideas. I even mentioned, I was like, I called djent earlier in the album. Yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily call this djent exactly, but it was, let's play one note with a really rigid, jagged, syncopated rhythm. That's kind of like the baseline of what djent is. And we got a little bit of that in here. And that was kind of difficult to follow because the drums at this point were doing some really cool polyrhythmic stuff already. Some wild melodic drumming. Everything that I wanted to hear more of from track 6 finally in an environment that I felt it worked well in. The vocals at this point were continuing on with their weird interval and perfect timing. Very robotic in a sense. And I think, we also had the bass doing its own thing, off on its own. The guitars would occasionally split. We'd hear some dual guitar work. Basically, everything that I really loved about A Fool's Desire musically and the middle of the Fungi from Vuggoth, they were doing that here, but leaning into it. You remember I said that, the first CD to me is death metal with areas where it likes to deviate into proggy ideas and then returning back to, no, this is a straight up progressive metal track right here. It is constantly finding new ways to push what music is, to push, I guess more so it doesn't really push music that way because that would make it a bit more experimental. Everything in here I think is rather digestible, but it pushes their sound in interesting directions. Their vocal sounds, their guitar riffs, their rhythmic ideas, their layering, their harmonies, and they do it from start to finish. We don't ever return back to a very traditional death metal sound on this. And they find a variety of ways to explore this, whether it is about harmonic movement or melodic layering or rhythmic ideas in general, because the drummer just these wild polyrhythms, but also sometimes will have a different rhythm from the guitar or the vocals, and that'll add another rhythmic layer. And they continue to just push in every direction, rhythmically, harmonically, and melodically. And I found it to be quite engaging. I'm not going to say that I understood everything, that I can even remember everything that went on in here, but it definitely impacted me in a way that I was not expecting on this album, and I don't think that my experience here will be forgotten anytime quickly, because yeah, I was kind of enjoying where 5 and 6 were going, but it was still, every once in a while they'd veer back into the sound I wasn't a big fan of. And out of nowhere, they finally created something that is wildly more in line with what I would like to listen to than anything else they've played. I would even say that most of this stuff is even more progressive than the proggier elements of the other songs that I enjoyed. And it's such a stark change. I don't know if I can enunciate that enough. I don't know if I can say that enough ways to kind of convey my surprise and intrigue and joy out of this track. It is so far beyond anything I could have expected. And I really think that's purposeful. You listen to an entire half of an album. You get through side A and you're like, yeah, pretty good death metal. They got some cool chops. You flip the disc over, or if you got CDs, you swap the other disc in. Or if you're on Spotify, you have no idea and you're just listening to the next track. But I really like this idea of splitting the experience up. And I hope, beyond hope, that the next two tracks are just as wildly, uh, not necessarily chaotic, but progressive in all three axes of the music, because we're looking at a robotic group of people, maybe even a robotic race. I don't know if that's the proper word to use for robots, but we have the fungi, we have the cephalopods, we have the humans, and we have the robots. Well, robots aren't typically a race because they're synthetic and constructed, but I kind of want to put them in there because otherwise it's kind of weird to say the races and then the robots. I want to include them into that. But this is the first time we get a song from their perspective, maybe about them in some way, and I feel like the music really reflects that. The rhythmic, almost cold attention to detail, the focus on technicalities over emotion, almost the lack of emotion in here. Like I mentioned, it's so difficult for me to get an emotional read on this because of a variety of ways of obscuring it beneath some other technique to do harmonically. It feels like music that embodies a stereotypical group of robots. I don't know the backstory. I don't know who they are. Maybe they are more emotive than I am expecting. But, the stereotypical robot, all analysis, no emotion, no hearts, just running zeros and ones on their processor and spitting out the results. If you wanted to turn that into music, I think this would have been a great way to do it. Honestly, it feels so different from the fungi music. And like I said, the fungus music is very straightforward most of the time. A lot of it is just like traditional death metal sounds. And I think that fits this idea of a simple, non-sentient thing, fungi in general. I really hope this idea of crafting specific compositional ideas around specific races in this universe is something Alkaloid leans into, because I am totally on board for it. Even if I'm less interested in the fungal side of the story because the music isn't as interesting to me, I still like the idea that they have thematic elements in the music about them. That is 100% what you should do with music. Because, there's conceptual albums, all of it. Sci-fi concept albums in metal, it's like a dime a dozen. Um, they're all over the place. But I don't think I hear too often about a musical side. I don't even think I brought it up either. In the past, I've asked for different voices for different characters, or different groups of characters, just so I can kind of feel the song out as it's going through. Oh, this is this group. Oh, this is this group. That kind of thing. But this is just like, this is the answer that's just under my nose, and I've never even thought about it. We're listening to music. Make the music pair with the characters. 100%. This is what shows do. This is what television, films, this is what video games do. Music is it's a pure music art form. Crafting your characters, characteristics, their personalities, their styles of thinking into the music and creating thematic compositional foundations for them should be like the baseline of how you make conceptual music. And I can't believe it's taken me until listening to Alkaloid for me to realize something so basic. And maybe I have internalized it some way subconsciously, but I've never really vocalized it before. It just makes sense. I feel like I've rambled about how good this song is for a little too long. We've passed the 3 hour mark and we still have 20 minutes of music ahead of us. Oh, jeez. This is going to be a long video. Let's hit some lyrics. Alright, so I was a little confused on this for a moment, and then I went and checked my email, where the requester gave me a pretty lengthy bit of information and explained, I reread, because I guess I'd forgotten bits of it, about this robot race. And their big thing here is that they want to create a Dyson sphere and eventually a Dyson galaxy. And a Dyson sphere is an immense construct that completely surrounds a star in order to use all of its energy. And the story begins back in, I'm going to assume, the first Dyson track, that the robots are arriving at the fringe of our universe and they begin constructing a Dyson sphere around our sun. Either we're oblivious to it or mankind has already perished at this point. But once their task is complete, their plan is to propel this construct towards other stars, gobbling them up for more power, to get incredibly massive and powerful with the goal to escape the space-time continuum itself. That's wild. It puts some of this into perspective then. The beginning of the song speaks about several fractured ships, I suppose, of these robot people just going throughout the galaxy. And we follow the ones that land here near Sagittarius A. And they find this core. And they're like, okay, this looks like a good place. And they send a message out. They said, we hailed our kin to come pouring in, and come they did, across aeons, craving more. It talks about them dragging clusters together, star by exploding star, set the stage to assuage and fix the 500 billion body problem. I'm curious what that's about. Talks about caustic gases moving fast and bending world lines to their delight, forging Elysium on a frail equilibrium of radiation and gravity. We hatch the Dyson galaxy. There's a lot of rhyming on here that I didn't pick up elsewhere. It seems more methodical, and there's a lot of interline rhyming as well. For instance, after they turn on all of the lights and prepare engines on this device, It says they need to feed the monster. So the plasma soars from the poles. Incandescent spires climb the dark. Space-time roars around black holes, rhyming with soars and poles from the first line. It says in arcs of topology, reborn. We have that or sound again from soars and roars. Twining space into a lace. We have a new rhyme here, interlined, before saying of torrid horns, bringing that back to reborn, soars, and roars. There's 7 lines there, 3 different rhyming sounds, and they're not always at the end of lines either. This is rhyme schemes that we haven't seen elsewhere in it. And once again, I feel like it's a really good job at embodying a very precise, rhythmic, technological mind. It goes on to continue to talk about how they're building this thing and making it larger and bigger. Kind of talking about what they want to do. They want to catch a ride to the great attractor, to colonize and breed more monsters throughout the sky. This must be the idea of breaking the space-time continuum and meeting the great attractor on the other side, possibly. But the thing is that they're aiming for the Andromeda Galaxy. Going back to the description of the song, it mentions that it says, with an extremely precise and almost suicidally fragile array of dissolving star clusters and smaller black holes around the quasar, a torus of matter and energy is born, which gradually contracts in size, prompting the galactic center to emit even more energy on its way to its inevitable collision with our galactic neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. Inside of the song, it mentions pulsars and magnetars dance with billowing zombie stars. I think that's an interesting way to talk about a dead star. It says, weaving fractal phenomenon while we wait for Andromeda. And that's their goal, is to get there. Now, we kind of skip a few stanzas here. This, I think, is the most amount of lyrics in any of the songs, which I think is interesting, given it's not necessarily much longer than most of the other tracks. But at the end, we have 7 stanzas that all begin with the phrase Numen. And it was kind of here that I recognized that maybe it's supposed to be the idea of new man. The robots are kind of being the new man, not just in the fact that maybe they're bipedal or something like that, but that they are destroying the universe in the way that humanity destroyed their planet. But it talks about clusters boiling and thrusters toiling. They're soaring to Kardashev 4. That they're going through space at an insane pace. But the void succumbs to our embrace. That they're still trying to break this space-time continuum, and they feel like it is beginning to buckle. At one point even saying, God, are you there? We've come knocking at your door. They feel like they're going to become godlike if they can do this. It says, our cage of yore rends and roars as we come crashing through your door. Coagulate coordinates, accelerates our escape. So they have this device just going through space at a blistering pace. And they feel like they're about to break the space-time continuum and become gods within, the cosmos. Before we go on any further, I do have a hypothesis. I'm not going to share with you why yet, but I think I'm going to enjoy tracks 9 and 10, and track 11, unfortunately it being the longest, is also going to be one that I don't connect with very well. That's my guess, but we are going to continue on and see what happens. We may end up doing 9 and 10 together, since 9 is only 3.5 minutes long, but we'll see what kind of thoughts I have after that one. hard. I think I've already been proven wrong. This is definitely way heavy for my taste. Yeah, this is just an intense song. I'm sorry, what? Those open chords? Is that what that is? Yeah, we're just gonna roll over because, I mean, that's just a fast, intense song. If they did break the space-time continuum, this is called the folding. This would be time folding in on itself, which explains a lot of the emptiness, maybe? Very spacey sci-fi intervals on the guitars. really strange rhythm though. It's both 3 and 4. It does work within an element of hemiola, but it doesn't immediately play the hemiola. It's more of an implied hemiola, which is just a basic 3 against 2 polyrhythm. This is definitely a bit more of an artsy type of music where it feels more descriptive than musical. I think they're doing a decent job of trying to find a middle point on that and making something that feels narrative and artistic while also having musical components to it. But I mean, this is just straight up texture right here, atmosphere. The song started out this way too, with basically just growls, very limited instrumentation going on at the beginning. Oh, we have backmasking. Yeah, we're slipping into the attack. I think the drums are in reverse. I feel like it needed to be that long for artistic reasons or maybe even narrative reasons. But I was certainly, from a first time listen, not knowing what's going on lyrically, um, I was like, okay, I get it. We have the vocals, which I think got reversed somewhere in there, although I can't understand the growling when it's forward, so maybe it never got reversed, and maybe it just kind of sounded like that to me. The drums got reversed, the guitars are just noise, like, it was 2 minutes of that. I was like, I get it, right? That's the thing. But maybe the lyrics are important there. Maybe just forcing the listener to be in that space for such a long amount of time is important for the narrative too, to really showcase how wonky things are getting. Now that I believe they broke space-time continuum and they've kind of in this place of no time or no space or no space-time. I don't know. So, I like that song. From an artistic perspective, I think it's very interesting because it kind of carries on with what I was talking about in Numen of making music not just to make music. A lot of the music on here is very death metal. You write death metal stuff because you're a death metal band. But Numen felt more thematically appropriate. It seemed like the musical choices fit what was going on narratively. And I think the same is true for 9 and 10. 9 is chaotic, it is fast, it is dissonant. If they are crashing through all of these stars, absorbing energy, trying to increase their speed and mass in order to, rip this hole into time space, yeah, that's probably not a fun idea. And so musically, it is wildly intense. It is wildly chaotic. It is noisy. It is abrasive. It is destructive. It's very techy. The guitar stuff going on in Recursion is very wild. Harmonically, as far as, again, it's kind of going towards more of that chromatic sound, but it's not necessarily, it never carries that chromatic touch. And so it is kind of a lot of harmonies combined, but never chromatic, which I gotta find some sheet music for Numen and Recursion, because these two songs are doing something very cool with chords, and I kind of want to know what it is. But also, like, on a performative side, I think the guitars in Recursion are some of the most difficult that I've heard all album. And you got the growling. The growls get split out to the sides at times. Like, it's just a very big, intense, noisy, chaotic song. And the idea of crashing this giant construct through stars in order to tear a hole in space-time. Yeah, that fits. Artistically, narratively driven music. That song actually still happens to be very death metal, though, which is kind of neat too. But the genre, I think, does a good job at capturing the qualities that they needed for that track. The Folding. This is a song that kind of goes outside of the realms of music and explores texture and narrative exclusively. And I find this to be really interesting, where Numen kind of stands out because it handles composition in a still traditionally music-focused style, but just a very different sound and engagement throughout compared to the rest of the very death metal-oriented playing on this album. The Folding stands out because it is hyper-focused on narrative, but ditches the preconceived idea of what music is. It now becomes soundtrack or atmosphere noises. There are drums in here. Sure, there are guitars in here, but the drummer is kind of wonky. We have this mixed 3 and 4 rhythm going on, and it's very slow. It's kind of an awkward polyrhythm because it is what I think is a 2 against 3 polyrhythm, which is hemiola. I think that's the core rhythm here. But you don't actually get to hear the 3 against 2. You get portions of each. It implies the hemiola, but never plays it directly. And so you can kind of suss out a 4/4 in here. You can very clearly hear the 3 pulse going on. But none of it really feeds into a general headbangable or danceable or body moving groove. It's always just sort of this esoteric series of beats. I find that really interesting, especially since I called the drummer for a lot of this very foundational, very functional rhythmic glue that holds the band together, really leaning into that metronomic function of, I'm going to sit here on the backbeat. And here the drummer's doing everything but that. There is no backbeat. There is no groove to this. I find that really interesting. The guitars are just textures, rising and falling sounds. I don't even think that they're really notes at times. There's detuning going on. I don't know if this is like manual tuning or if it's pitch shifting. It really doesn't matter at this point. It is wild. It feels like we are nowhere and everywhere. All the sounds harmonically are present, but we don't actually get an idea of chords or harmony. There's also a lot of silence at the beginning. A single drum hit, some vocals will ring out, and then emptiness. I really found this to be a rather profound decision here. This idea of breaking into a void, if that's what's going on. I picture this whole thing as time folding in on itself as they rip a hole in time space, or space time. I could be completely wrong about my read on this. But a large use of emptiness in an album that is afraid of silence. I don't think we've had a single song where every part of the band just quits for even a single beat. And here we have seconds at a time of just space. Even if there is something going on, the vocals growling or something like that, you can still feel the emptiness around it, the instruments that aren't playing for an album that has really filled out the entire sound sphere in a vast majority of its existence. We've gone the opposite. As minimalistic as possible, the least amount of layers as necessary. It's not a song in the traditional sense. And I think part of that is what kind of made it kind of slow down for me at the end. I think this is definitely a narrative track. If you're following the story, or if you already know the story, this is your 100th time listening to it. You don't need the rest of it to have the context, for the song that works. It's probably phenomenal. But for me, artistically, very interesting. I applaud them. This is a gutsy move right here. In an album chock full of death metal, to do something artsy like this, to focus on basically soundtrack music to an event, and allowing the music to tell the story of what's going on. I mean, that's just huge kudos for that. Not even just the guts to do it, but the guts to attempt it. I don't know what other types of music they've written like this, but I can't imagine putting multiple albums out of just death metal and then thinking, hey, I want to make music that tells the story of ripping through time. And then saying, yeah, let's do it. Like, I would be so nervous diving into a type of music that I've never attempted before that is honestly exceptionally subjective. It's not like, hey, I want to make a sad song. We have hundreds, thousands of years of music to use as a backbone to make a sad song. We don't have that for this. This is very much, you either have to know some songs, very niche tracks that would be trying to do this, probably soundtrack work for films. I'm trying to replicate that, and now you're in a very different field of music too. Like I said, it's one of its guts to just put this into the album, but it's also guts to attempt it. And again, I just lots of kudos to them for doing this. Yeah, that's I will say though, before you hit lyrics, I was totally wrong. I really expected to love these in the same way I loved Numen, and it's because all of these songs are written by different people of the band, and I'm probably gonna, yeah, I'm not gonna say their names because it's not gonna be good. So I'll say their roles. These three tracks are written by the vocalist, whereas that person didn't write anything else. They worked with the basses to write tracks 4, and I think that was it. Most of the other songs were written by the lead guitarist, or more often than not, the drummer. And the drummer songs are the ones that I consistently found did not really click with me. And the drummer is the one who writes our final track. So I don't know. I originally thought that maybe the next song is just going to bounce off of me. But, our vocalist wrote Numen, and that blew my socks off. And then we went to heavy and artsy, which absolutely makes sense narratively, but I was expecting more of that progressive writing. And instead, we went for more of an experimental side, which is also very cool, but not something I would seek out on the regular. I gotta go drive to the gym. Let me put on the folding. Like that's not a scenario. This is definitely that a track that I think works best within the context of the album. But maybe the drummer will surprise me with this final track. Let me hit some lyrics on these two, and then we'll push forward. All right, Recursion is about being at that brink and just about breaking through space time. It talks about all of the ways that things begin to warp and distort around this construct. It says recursion abhors, changing the constants, dragging fraying timelines into the abyss till the void stares into us. It talks about taking timelines from all over the place. They're frayed, they're segmented from one another and dragging them all into one place. It says fractal dementia, awash with strange matter, recursion abhors, changing constants, dragging frames into the abyss. The continuum cracks around us, constantly verging on time-like infinity. Mirrors accrete meticulously, its strange caves of time gape tethered, sublime. It talks about all of time existing simultaneously here for this group of robots. Says that there's gravity wells attacking seething space. There's pockets of temporal spin drift that collapse into fractals. I mean, it's talking about how everything is just ripping apart around them while also simultaneously somehow and almost impossibly folding in upon itself. It is being ripped apart and, compressed at the same time. The word fragmented is used, or fractal is used in several places. It talks about a continuous convergence, time falters, the pores rift, where space and time end, and all is well with the Dyson galaxy. So that's where it ends. Right at the point, at the end of space and time. Now, interestingly, I was reading about the description of this, and he says that consequently, because of the ways that time is folding in on itself and everything is sort of happening at once, all of these timelines and events and all of this, it's all coming into frame. You can kind of see everything. He says the song is constructed as a fractal from previous material, both musically and lyrically. So I think that's really interesting. I have not directly read the lyrics to the other 6 Dyson tracks, and I've certainly not heard them, but I do think it's cool that at this point where time is folding in on itself, they're using so many musical ideas from the other tracks. They're looking at the past musically of this group and using that to form this idea of time folding. And I bet this sounds phenomenal if you are familiar with their older works. I mean, that's just a really intelligent way of pairing the music with the themes of the story. And I still think it's wild that I'm really only picking up on this on tracks 8 and 9 so far. Maybe 10 will do this too. I kind of wish the rest of the album went in this direction also. We'll see how track 11 goes, because I still kind of have this idea that maybe the straight death metal stuff is the fungal idea, and so we'll get the cephalopod story on track 11, and we'll see if the music is different from the other 2 styles with that one. But we do need to check out the lyrics to the folding before we do that. All right, so the folding is not what I thought it was. It's described as the moment where they have everything. It says, with the complete mass and energy of an entire galaxy at its disposal, the Dyson civilization remembers its primary objective: to leave the desperate prison of space-time itself. So this is more of being at the cusp of completing this, to break space-time entirely, to have the entire energy and mass of, I suppose, our solar system, maybe the entire Milky Way. I don't know. It just says that it has a lot of energy. No, okay, of our entire galaxy, the complete mass and energy of an entire galaxy, which is ours, I believe. They talked about going to our sun in an earlier track. So, and right here, as they're about to break space-time, it's a remembrance of what they set out to do. It says, spin into control, tilt the worlds, just so, dance between death and the frazzled edge of the firmament. Kill time, break space, I am all, Omega. It says, as both stars die, we go, each bringing in the dust, made it to where the fractals go insane, raising the ocean, bursting the supernovas into hydrostatic equilibrium. It's getting dark in the Milky Way. So it talks about grabbing like all of this, everything, oceans, supernovas, stars, planets, moons. It's just taking all of this in to feed this construct. And it finally says, I am all, Omega. And then we have some stuff in italics here, which I think is just the end part. Maybe some of this is backmasked. I don't remember. But none of it really makes much sense to me. Until I read the fact that all material of this song consists of distorted echoes of the previous chapters. So I wonder if some of this stuff is from another song, and the lyrics only once again make sense if you have been following along with things. But I do like this idea of grabbing parts from other tracks in order to build these, because they're the culmination of their entire goal, of their entire story, while subsequently also being about bringing back all of this stuff and putting it into perspective, literally having space-time fold in on itself and all of time existing simultaneously, being in the here and now at the point that you break space-time, while also being able to be hyper aware of everything that led to this point. Very cool idea, thematically resonant, fantastic, and impressively artistic, too. Alright. We have finally made it to the last track here. Alpha or. Hour? Alpha or. Like, yeah, or. This song is going to push us past the 4-hour mark on this video. This is one of the longest ones, and it's even getting quite late for me. I don't usually work this late. Usually my videos are done by now. Let's dive into it. We'll discuss it after that. We'll see where that takes us. I always find it interesting to hear when they choose to use reverb, because it's not something that's used too often in death metal in general, but certainly not something that's used too often on this album. And here it's a heavy reverb. Also, there were times when I feel like the bass guitar is larger than any other song. This is one of them. I feel like it gets lost in the mix so often, and then I'll hear it in a place like this. I'm like, how do I lose that? That's such a big tone.
Our ships of ice, our crew divers, seeds in despair thrown like darts to find the one world.
very Haken idea there at the vocals. It's also a fun little 7 idea. There's not a lot going on, so there's not a lot of like groove to it, but it is a pretty solid like 7/4 concept. And now we are in 8th, so just standard 4/4. So many layers. So a low tom on 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful harmonies though. Bit of a harmonic shift already. We're only getting the introduction to the riff. This song's just all over the place. There's a wild series of chords. What? Very much like the first, like the A side. Yup. Using non-metal sections as transitions. This is a cool second guitar layer though. Very big sounds. We haven't heard any of this type of drumming or aggression on this side of the disc, on this side of the album. So it's interesting, we mostly hear the melodic and progressive drumming when the guitarist writes the music. When the drummer writes the music though, we get standard beats like this, or death metal. The bass kicks, the blast beats. Okay. I can get into this. Strong bits of atmosphere here. Good layered melody writing. All of it being riffs, ostinatos, but still dense writing. Good atmosphere. Let's see what the drummer adds to this. So like a feeling of drifting, just kind of going where you go, but kind of chill, laid back, but with a destination, maybe a goal in mind. I love the production on this. I think that's something I haven't talked about at all. The production on this whole album is solid. Those moments where bass takes lead. Well, for a moment, anyways. Okay. Definitely not my favorite song on the album, but I do feel like I enjoyed most of the back half of that. Yeah, I don't know that I have a lot to say about this one. we had like 6 or 7 solid minutes of more of that death metal. And, the riffage, pretty cool through most of. Actually, I guess it wasn't 6 or 7 minutes because we had a pretty lengthy, very cool intro, too, with the clean vocals, the harmonies, the multiple guitar lines. I guess that took up like a minute and a half. So maybe like 5 minutes then of solid death metal writing in there. And I mean, you got the growls, you got the heavy riffage, you got the blast beats, you got the double bass kicks, you've got the guitars lining back up, going for that singular wall of sound, both playing the exact same idea. Uh, it's like I've said this whole time, it's fine. I don't think it's bad death metal at all. I'd say it's pretty solid. Good groove. The riffs sound cool, I suppose. Yeah, it's just, it's not my cup of tea. And coming off of, Numen and the artistic greatness of the folding, it's kind of tough for me to return back to, you know, just death metal. I said that with a lot more vitriol than I wanted to. That was not a neutral delivery at all. The mask is slipping. Oh, jeez. Um, but yeah, it's fine. It's not my kind of music, and it was mostly about me trying to get through it, acknowledging what it does best, and hoping something else comes on the other side. And of course, we do get that. The last 3 4 minutes of the song are really good. I love bringing back the vocal harmonies, the production of all the harmonies, the production of the layering. We got a bunch of guitar solos and duets before getting into the vocal harmonies. These sounded great. I kind of miss the multi-writing that we had on Numen, the counterpoint, and the constant new layering up of melodies. Here, a lot of the times, our two guitars are playing the same thing in in harmony with each other. And oftentimes, also, it wasn't a linear idea. It was an ostinato, something that was looped and replayed again. I miss. Numen just speaks to me on a melodic level that none of the other tracks really do, aside from Fool's Desire, which is, I've already said my piece on that. But this track returns back to a more metallic type of writing, kind of pushing away from more of that neoclassical inspiration that we had in Numen. And I just have to accept it for what it is. It's a different composer, and like I said, coming into the metal part of this, it feels a lot like side A, especially with at the beginning of the track using more interesting ideas and more layered and densely written ideas as short transitions into heavier stuff. And that was something that I kind of brought up as a bit of a neutral light, I suppose, subjectively, though. I don't think it's a bad decision. It just didn't appeal to me because you tease me with something I like and then take it away from me real quick. And we saw that at the beginning of this track too. It's just a very different style of writing from the lead vocalists, and I do think that the Dyson trilogy is where I feel most at home. Even as stuff like Recursion gets heavy, and there's bits of Numen that have some heaviness to it too. It speaks to me, the melodic side of things, the harmonic side of things. It just clicks with me a lot better. It feels like neoclassical death metal more so than a progressive death metal that is sort of wearing its inspirations on its sleeve. And I believe the vocalist who wrote the Dyson trilogy has a history with classical guitar and classical composition, like proper training in them. Whereas the drummer feels like he grew up listening to heavy metal and death metal and progressive death metal, and is putting his spin on it, but definitely feeling like he's right there in that realm. There's not a lot of things on this album where I feel like it's completely unique when we get to the death metal stuff. They do unique things when they explore outside of that. But the death metal stuff in here feels very traditional death metal. And I don't want to say, one composer is better than the other. One person of the band deserves more spotlight or anything like that. It's simply taste. And I certainly align with the vocalist's composition style a lot more than the drummers. I wonder then if there's an album where the vocalist has more weight in the composition, because I think they collabed on one track and wrote 3 tracks, and I'm pretty sure the drummer wrote 4 or 5 of the tracks. You can really feel his fingerprint across this album, and unfortunately, that was just the one that didn't work for me as well. And we got a bit of that on this, but the ending was fine. I liked a lot of the things leading into that final section. I feel like the final section went on just a little bit too long, but maybe it was necessary to convey all of those lyrics musically, and even what the vocalists are singing, the notes and rhythms and the melody there. That doesn't really change much for like 2 minutes, and like 20 seconds of that is a fade out, but it's still a large chunk of music that's totally static there at the end. That I thought was fine. I didn't dislike it. In fact, I enjoyed the atmosphere of it, but I didn't enjoy it enough for that long of a time. And it might also be that I'm just kind of, this was a long album. This is a long video. Maybe if I listened to this all at once and it only took up an hour, maybe I wouldn't be as ready for the album to be done. Maybe that finale wouldn't affect, because it's like, Bryan, it's 2 minutes. What are you talking about? That's not really a long amount of time. But it just felt like forever. And then the vocals quit, and we're sticking with that guitar and drum and bass idea. And the bass gets a little bit of spotlight, like 2 bars maybe. I was like, oh, the bass is leading here. And then a guitar part just comes and demolishes, and it's like, no, I'm in the spotlight. It starts shredding. Or actually, it was a pretty nice melody. It wasn't really shred. But I was just like, dude, the bass was saying something, man. He just totally came in and interrupted him. So, yeah, I feel like I'm just getting a little grumpy here. let me dive into some lyrics on this. And we'll see what's going on. Alright, so in the last track, Rise of the Cephalopods, which, like I mentioned earlier, I did do a reaction to, and it would probably be it would make me a better YouTuber if I linked to that one in case you want to go see it. They told the story of how octopuses became the next dominant species on Earth, to a point that they realize the Earth won't last forever, and start their first desperate attempts to conquer space in crude balls of ice launched in all directions. These are the star spawn, and this song continues their story. So they put themselves into balls of ice, launched them into space in all sorts of directions, hoping to find a place where these intelligent, sentient octopus, well, I guess octopus are sentient, but anyways, where they can thrive, because Earth, they're like, yeah, this planet's not going to last very long. And I think this is pretty cool because it's going to bring all of this into perspective. This simple idea of kind of looking around and saying, hey, humans really messed this place up. This planet, it's not going to be here for long. We gotta get out of Dodge. That kind of lines up with some of the earlier tracks, such as, Cambrian Explosion, but also Clusterfuck kind of goes in that direction too, of being a bit, peering down at the tasks of man. So we have this idea. They've shot themselves into space, and we follow one of these ice ships. And it talks about being adrift between the stars, expelled from Earth and its planet-scorching dearth. It calls their ship a crude device. It was just kind of thrown into space like dice, just completely gambling on where they would land. It says that they got graced by passing by Pluto's shores, where a turgid drove descends, envelops us in spores, and guides our flight. So now we have the fungi people here seeing the star spawn come up to Pluto and they're like, okay, we need to get these, these people to, we need to get these to a place where they can thrive. And they send out some spores to help guide them to a place that will be good for them. So, if it wasn't for the first couple of songs that introduced the idea of the fungus and their ability to live forever and maybe even survive space and maybe end up on Pluto and maybe turn into sentient species, it felt really strange at the beginning, this hyper focus on the fungi. But honestly, this album was setting these up to tell the story, the second chapter of the Star Spawn. And so I'm going to continue to say that while there are some standalone tracks on here, everything is quite connected, not just within itself, but sort of within the whole. This album is a story of the Milky Way and all of the interesting species that have come to reside within it. The destructive elements of both the robots and the humans, and the omnipotence of the fungi, and the resilience of the star spawn. I don't really see any of this being disconnected at all. Other than, the songs about humanity, they can very easily be read standalone. So anyways, though, if you just jumped into this song directly from Rise of the Cephalopods, though, you'd be very confused about these fungi people throwing spores from Pluto to this ice ship to guide it. You'd be like, what? That's crazy. I mean, completely ignoring the fact you're reading a story about, I don't know, octopi in space. This whole album's wild. I kind of enjoy the pulpiness of it. There's definitely something very endearing about the story itself. Even if musically it's kind of 50-50 for me, I'm enjoying the narrative side. So anyways, it talks about continuing to fly around space. It says that there's 2 giant double stars that they see, and they yield a blaze like a slow explosion, and they really think that they're going to hit it and die. And out of nowhere, the planets swerve, sort of awkward and bizarre. They're tugged from orbit out of fiery death, and it seems the smaller twins, and in its wake a satellite, a moon for our kin. So they find a little satellite moon to land on that happens to be nearby these 2 stars that they thought was going to kill them. And it says that they see that it's frozen over. There's ice everywhere. And they know that they can't go back. It says, no return now. We came so far in encased ice. So we must crash and burn. Our ship must crack the frozen waste. So they're going to use their ship as a battering ram to break the ice on this water. It says there's collision, havoc, a million shards are shattered, and then they get submerged. And they squirm into the water. And but like undead worms, they refuse to be destroyed. That's such a phrase right there. And then there's the guitar solos. Although apparently there's only one soloist on this. Yeah, the lead guitarist, not the vocalist. So that's interesting. Maybe that explains why there's only one guitar part. It's just harmonized rather than dual guitar parts. It kind of makes me wonder about. Oh, they don't list solos at all for Recursion and Folding. Oh, Folding didn't have one though. Numen. Yeah, Numen doesn't have solos either, according to this. I'm pretty sure it did though. Anyways, it says a new world. Soon under our control, the Migos gifts our gospel to extol. So I guess the Migos are the fungi people? I don't think I've seen that name thrown around before. A drifting island grows, feeding on light and freedom, keeping each other close towards our suns we're seeding. So it's talking about getting closer to the suns. They know that this planet isn't long either. And so it says, here under stars of wonder, their beauty pulled us under, a freeing force is leading towards the heart of meaning. We wander in stars of wonder, Their beauty pulled us under. Joy is seething. Life is feeding our engine at the heart of Eden. So this is their new start. They call it Eden. It's their new home, but they understand that it isn't going to last very long, and that they're going to have to, create a ship again and find another home. I think it's interesting too that this reminds me there's parallels to draw here and the robots who also evacuated a place fragmented, except when the group that we were following landed in our solar system, they immediately called everyone else, hey, we found a good place, and they all came. This is the start of destroying the Milky Way and breaking the time space continuum. But here they don't have that technology. They're on their own having to start a civilization here. Maybe in the next song, they'll find a way to communicate with the other star children, the other cephalopods, and kind of get them to group up and find ways to meet up at a specific place that would be more sustainable. But yeah, this song. The other thing that's interesting too is that there's no timing on any of this, though. I think that's the one confusing part, is I don't know where all this takes place, because by the end of the folding, everything in the Milky Way is destroyed. It's all consumed to be put into the construct. But here we have a story that's, Pluto's still around. So I wonder if there's a timeline to their songs. But it does work with the ending. There is a bit of relief, a bit of light. Everything up to that point is kind of chaotic. They think, they're just soaring, and then they think they're going to die. And then they kind of swerve out of the way of these suns, and then they find this moon, and they realize they got to crash land. And dude, that's going to suck. They don't have seatbelts in their ice ship. They called it a crude device to begin with. And they know they're going to crash, and they said that it's pretty tumultuous when they crash too. So the death metal kind of works for a lot of that, the soloing, the intensity of all that. But then they realize they've made it. They have a home to their own, and the music lightens up, and it's that really beautiful atmosphere at the end of the track. And then it fades out on that recurring idea. They know that their mission is just starting. And there's more to come. So, yeah, I mean, like always, I try to find the silver lining. Even if I don't enjoy it, I try to find out if it's doing its job properly. And I think across this album, it is. I think most of what this album does is create intense areas where it needs to be intense, explore different areas when it needs to explore those sounds, and to be thematic and even theatric at times when it needs to do that too. I will say, though, I am infinitely more interested in side B for this album, and I don't know if I'd ever pop in the first disc again, but I would love to check out especially the Dyson trilogy again. The instrumental before it was rather nice. And even the final track, it's not bad. So 4.5 hours. Good gravy. These are my thoughts. I am tired and hungry, and it's really not even that late. These are my thoughts. Alkaloid's Numen. I think it's interesting to name the album after, what takes such a small part of the story. And 3 out of 11 tracks focusing on the robots, the Numen. Honestly, it should have been called Migo or Fungi or something along those lines. There's a fungus among us. I would love for that to be the name of this album. Although that's probably too tongue-in-cheek, too comedic. They're fun, but I feel like they take their lore seriously, and that puts a very different expectation on the album. Yeah, anyways, I'm rambling. These are my thoughts. Alkaloid's Numen. What did you think of this? Is there anything that stood out to you? Anything you would like to add on to what I said or correct me on? Maybe you have your own interpretation or opinion on this album or specific songs or any of that. Please put all of that and any other thoughts you have down into the comment section. Above that, if you could, like, subscribe. No. I'm so ready for this to be over. Description box, link tree, all sorts of stuff in there. You can find my music, the Patreon, Discord server, spreadsheets, all sorts of stuff. Special selection submissions if you want to, submit a request or something. I have alarms going off because I don't usually work this late. Like, subscribe, ring the bell. I appreciate all of that. That wraps it up for today. I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. UTC. We're going to do a live stream. It's probably going to be pretty long. Usually we do 10 tracks, and I think I have 13 scheduled for tomorrow. So we're probably looking at 2.5 hours for that live stream tomorrow. Drop on by. It's real chill. We check out music. We talk about stuff. We get off topic. We get on topic. Sometimes we talk about music we're not even listening to. Sometimes we talk about language or drinks or, I don't know, cultural differences and stuff. It's a fun time. It's very laid back. If you can make it, I highly suggest it. If not, I'll have the VOD up sometime tomorrow evening, Eastern Standard Time. You can watch that unlive, not live, recorded. Monday, I'll be back 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. UTC. We're going to kick off next week's theme. Until next time, remember to be critical, not cynical, of the music you listen to, and have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever you choose to watch my videos.